Can you shout it? Say reverse by fire. Lift up your right hand. Say today, any voice that reinforces negativity around my life, thunder, shut up. Can you shout it? Say reverse by fire. Lift up your right hand. Say today, any voice that reinforces negativity around my life, thunder, shut up. Can you shout it? Say reverse by fire. Lift up your right hand. Say today, any voice that reinforces negativity around my life, thunder, shut up.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and Let's Talk Live. Jay-Z, you are the father. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Jay-Z, you are the father. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. People, today I am back, and I am back with class action, peoples. I said I am back with class action, and I am going to talk about Jay-Z. You are the father. People, we have literally been sitting back and watching this madness unfold for many years. We have sat back and watched this man lambast this young man for all of these days. And now come on the 17th of July, peoples. J to the A to the B to the C to the Z is going to have to provide a DNA test. And whether or not Jay-Z wants to do it, peoples, if he doesn't do it, he will be classified by default this young man's father. And if he does do it, well, we already know what we know, peoples, that he will be deemed the father. And so either way, you're going to show that you are the father. Yes, 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 peoples. Jay-Z had used the court systems forever and a day to try to pacify, try to classify, and try to deny this young man's rights, because he knows, peoples, that he is the father. Mr. J to the A to the B to the C to the Z knows that he is the father of this young man. And so, peoples, you know, this is going to be just not all about Jay-Z, but it's going to be about P. Diddy, who touched the woman's kitty and played with the woman's kitty. And it's going to be about all of these other cases that I thought that I would go back and talk about, people. The Sandra Bland case, peoples. Yes, the Tupac Shakur case, peoples. The Kendrick Johnson case, peoples. The Kanika Jenkins case, peoples. Yes, I thought that I'll go back in history and just touch upon all of these cases, peoples, because of the simple fact that they need to be talked about, peoples. They need to be brought awareness to. And so it's just to showcase all of the deviant and devilish and demonic madness that has been going on forever in the day, peoples. These people has been getting away with doing all of this madness. And so here on Edward Joseph, let's talk live, peoples. Yes, 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 yes. We're going to get into so much stuff, peoples. I said we're going to get into so much stuff. We're going to talk about Ray to the J, and how Ray to the J wanted to say that he wasn't a part of Whitney Houston's death. But see, I got proof, peoples, that Ray to the J was there. Oh, yes, he was. Oh, yes, he was. Ray to the J was there. And Ray to the J, this ain't your day, because we're on our way to expose you. Show enough, peoples. Show enough. And so, peoples, man, I don't know if you watched the live on what I did on last night, peoples, but that live was epic. I said that live was epic on last night, peoples. And we brought out a lot of validity to the stupidity as to what was going on. Sure enough. And so, peoples, you know, everybody is watching Edward Joseph. Let's talk live. Yes, 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 peoples. Everybody is watching Edward Joseph. Let's talk live. And so, peoples, you know, we're going to talk about all of it, peoples. Yes, we are. We're going to talk about all of it. I'm going to talk about some kids who are come up missing, you know, because we need to protect our children. There was a little young man who I believe was 7 years old, peoples. Yes, yes. I believe he was 7 years old, peoples. I believe he was 7. You guys hold on for one moment. People's, you know, grief comes by in so many different ways. And I just seen a post of a friend of mine who is just literally down in tears. Literally down in tears. She didn't give too much she didn't give too much information as to why she's down in tears, but she's down in tears. And so I just want to say, you know, I'm praying for you. I'm praying for you. You know, whatever it may be that you're going through, I'm praying for you. It's really something, people. It's really something. So, people, so let me go ahead. I want to go ahead and share my screen. I said I want to go ahead and share my screen. And we're going to get into this on today, people. So we're going to get in this on today. So you guys bear with me for a moment. I'm trying to queue up this this live that I'm going to show. Trying to queue up this live I'm going to show, so you guys give me a moment. Trying to share this live. Yeah, this is going to be a awesome live today, people. So, you know, we're just going to be touching up on, you know, a lot of different topics and stuff. We're going to touch upon a lot of things and stuff, people. You know, I see that all of the world is still interested in the Kenneka Jenkins case. You know, I have posted up a new picture that had been sent to me, and I got some new information and things, and people was just ready to dive into that and stuff. I couldn't go live up on my computer last night because my son was on my computer all last night, and so now he's in the room knocked out. And now I'm able to go live. And so just waiting for all of this to load up, people, so I can show some things here. Yeah, so he is literally knocked out, peoples. He's literally knocked out like a light bulb. And so that's good, you know. That's good. And so now, since he's knocked out, now I can be able to come on here and get on here and do what I want to do and stuff. And so we're gonna get it. Okay, so we're gonna get into this, peoples. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna start off with this particular live. So y'all give me a moment. I'm just trying to download it because I don't want to play it directly from the website. So I have my downloader and I can download the live and things. We're going to start off with that, and then we're going to just merge our way through, and we're going to talk about all of these different cases, peoples. Like I said, we it's just not exclusively Jay-Z, but we're going to bring awareness to all of these different cases that has come across and things, and bring some awareness to it and stuff. So I appreciate you guys coming in. I appreciate the time and attention that you're giving me and whatnot. You guys are keeping me in the algorithm and things. And the live that I did on last night, 5.5 hours, you guys came on in and you watched me from the time that I came on to the time that I end, and you gave me some numbers. You gave me some numbers, and I see that. I see that. Y'all, I built my case upon Kenneka Jenkins, and y'all just really ready to just dive right on into there. But we're going to do a mixture, people. We're going to do a mixture, and we're going to keep it that way and stuff. And so I'm going to cover some of the things that was given to me and whatnot, because me, anything about Kenneka, I got to go and talk about it. I got to go ahead and analyze it and kind of get sense as to what's going on. But I'm not going to make Kenneka the focus point. Do you understand what I'm saying? But we are going to cover her as well. But all right, people, so I got this here, and so let me go ahead and let me play this, peoples. I said I want to play this, people. So let me see where I gotta look for where this is. What is the pathway to this here? So instead of doing that here, let me just go ahead and put this in my downloads. That'd be better. I can just call it up right there. Yeah, that'd be a lot better. All right, people. So I'm going to go ahead and share this to my screen. And let's watch this, and then we're going to move forward with all of the other juicies that I have on today. Is that all right, peoples?
Stuff that we've heard about Puffy.
Accused of sex trafficking, assault,
acts of violence, kidnapping.
Is probably not the half of it.
Questions resurface around the mysterious death of Diddy's manager, Chris Lighty.
Lighty managed the careers of superstars like 50 Cent and Diddy.
But some people believe Lighty's death was too convenient.
All of the unanswered questions, something ain't really right.
50 Cent has brought in a high-powered team to investigate the hip-hop mogul's death.
What happened to Chris?
Puffy might be the destination for anybody going nowhere.
Savage! I'm a savage!
Nobody survived.
Whatever I want, I'm going to get!
Did Chris Lighty know too much about Diddy?
That man might use that information against you.
All them gnats, they can't really touch me.
I ain't gonna stop till I get to the bottom of it.
On the day of August 30th, 2012, Chris Lighty, after dropping off his daughter Tiffany at the airport, came back to his house, received a phone call, then walked down to his patio. Shortly after, his wife Veronica rushed in and discovered her husband's lifeless body on the ground.
The 44-year-old worked with some of rap and R&B's biggest stars, including New York acts LL Cool J, Mariah Carey, 50 Cent, and Sean Diddy Combs. Police say they found a at the scene, but no note.
And the news of his death sent shockwaves across the entire hip-hop community.
Whoever the
you name on the planet Earth was at that funeral.
Well, of course, LL was there, and
Nick Cannon.
50 was there. Puffy was there.
So many people. So many people.
One of those people was another client and close friend of Chris, 50 Cent.
I was in my office working on a promo plan for New Day when I received an urgent phone call from a friend. I had been standing in the middle of a bustling office. It was like the noise around me suddenly turned off. I can't believe I just heard you say those words to me, I told my friend. Say it again so I'm sure I'm hearing you right.
I honestly can't wrap my head around the idea, but I don't believe that. Just because my personal interactions with him never gave an indication that that was even possible.
It doesn't feel right.
My sources confirmed to me that at the request of Chris Lighty's grieving mother, superstar artist 50 Cent has brought in a high-powered team to investigate the hip-hop mogul's death.
One of the people supporting the team was another one of Chris's clients and longtime friend, Busta Rhymes.
Their relationship's like brothers.
He had even gone to see Chris the day he died.
This was a horrible day. When we got to Chris's home, we couldn't go in the house. It wasn't until we saw the coroner van come, and they went inside. They brought them black bags with them, them body bags, and whatever happened to him, it happened downstairs, because that's where his body was. I don't want to believe it. What happened to Chris?
One of the first things they wanted to disprove was tied to the last phone call Chris would ever make. Before he went down to his patio, Chris had just gotten off the phone with his accountant.
Like, the first thing I see is he owes $5 million, and he doesn't owe $5 million. I gave him $1 million.
He didn't even ask. I said I'd give it to you because it didn't make sense for me to we make too much money together for you to be under those. I'm not sure you're going to work the same if you got that type of pressure on you. They didn't miss no family vacations, no nothing. Everything's happening the way it would happen at any other point.
Now, sources also tell me that Lighty was not deep in a bottomless financial hole and that he had just secured a world tour for 50 Cent for next year, which would have brought him millions of dollars.
The crazy part is at the time that I'm actually getting the phone call from him, right before he passed away, he's saying, yo, that's already dealt with. Talk to your people because all that money is all back now. He gave me back the $1 million.
They then asked for a second autopsy on Chris's body because they felt the police rushed to the conclusion without questioning the people in the house or even testing for gun residue on anyone who had access to the crime scene on that day.
All of the unanswered questions, whenever you're in the gray areas because something ain't really right.
Leading people to question who would want to shoot Chris.
I was hearing things, I was seeing things.
All the funny stories and all that shit I heard, everything you could think of, I heard.
One of the theories going around connects Chris's death to Diddy.
It has long been suspected that a cloud of death follows Diddy. Now, he's either the most unlucky person in the world because his friends, enemies, lovers, and whatever all have a habit of showing up gone.
Puffy might be the destination for anybody going nowhere. Nobody survived him. Look at it.
A shocked and devastated Diddy spotted at the home where his ex suddenly and mysteriously died. 47-year-old Porter's body found after a desperate call to 911. One of Kim's final Instagram posts, this message: "I trust in divine timing. The universe has my back."
Another rumor insinuated that Diddy, in a fit of jealousy, attacked a man called Shakir Stewart, a former Def Jam executive, for flirting with the same ex, Kim Porter. And one of the people who could have known what was true would have been Chris.
When you're a manager, you absorb and take on all of the problems of your clients.
Rap star Sean Puffy Combs is free on bail after a nightclub shooting in New York City.
So you take on their issues with their families. You take on issues that they may run into in the streets. You take on issues that they have with finances. You deal with the rest of the outside world. you deal with girlfriends, you deal with whatever they're going through.
I tell people I'm the garbage collector and the CEO.
That definitely was Chris Lighty. Chris knew those moves to make. We was fighting shoulder to shoulder, you know what I'm saying?
It's uncertain what Chris had to do for Diddy, but what is certain is that 50 Cent never felt comfortable around his friend's client.
He said something to me one time, a long time ago, at Chris Lighty's wedding. I mean, he's like, oh, we gotta hang out. The way he was asking to try and get me to hang out with him was like, it's just weird, bro.
Okay, maybe this is one of those things where because I'm from the neighborhood, I don't understand what's really going on.
I'm just not with all that flippy shit. Like all of the stuff that he's doing, I'm not into that type of stuff.
Hey, yo, I don't have no beef with Fifth. He loves me. He loves me.
Do y'all really
can't
have
see
a
it?
beef?
I mean, y'all can't see it.
No, we can't see
Y'all
it,
can't
man.
see that he loves me?
He would do a lot of foul shit. Like behind the scenes, he would do some foul shit. Like people I'd done business with that he done business with, he would say shit that I was like, he said that to you?
That's just not me. At the end of the day, y'all see and y'all know what it is. You know, the track record. Y'all know the community service. Y'all know what I'm about. I'm not thinking about all that. All them gnats, you know, they can't really touch me, y'all.
But while 50 Cent was publicly fighting it out with Diddy, Busta was stuck replaying the last interaction he had with his friend for answers.
I was with Chris the day before he died. Chris saw me, I was in the best shape of my life. He wanted to come and train with me, pack his gym clothes in a bag to go train with me the next day. Chris got in a car with me to take him to Grand Central Station to go pick up his daughter because he was coming home from college.
Busta noticed that there was something different with his friend on that day.
For the first time I've ever seen Chris looking like Chris' spirit was broken. And he wasn't really too articulate about what he was dealing with. He's a man's man. We're not really allowed to disclose vulnerability. You know what I'm saying? You ain't really allowed to show weakness. But what I do know is that what it was doing to him it wasn't good. It looked like he was a ghost in a shell. It's the last day I seen Chris. I never seen one of my friends come out in a bag, you know what I'm saying? That's when I knew I wasn't gonna see my man no more. I ain't gonna stop till I get to the bottom of it.
And Busta and 50 Cent finally got the results from the medical examiner on the second autopsy on Chris's body.
Former New York City medical examiner Dr. Michael Baden was called in by the family for a second autopsy.
There's no struggling kind of injuries, no bruises, no scrapes. So there was no evidence of a struggle.
In my opinion, the manner of death still is pending.
The results so far are inconclusive.
The news of the second autopsy was not the answer they were looking for.
How do you deal with that?
For me, I'll develop
Anger?
Yeah, and it's more like, cause I'm used to responding to something. If somebody does something to me in any way make me uncomfortable, I respond by making them more uncomfortable. And then in this case, you just go, well, there's nobody to really offer that to.
You just want to be mad, but then what do you?
Yeah, who can I give it to?
Who can you, right?
My life was going in a whole nother direction after that. And I didn't like it. Because I was confused. Because I never really had to manage my career without a manager. And he wasn't just a manager, he was my brother. So it got scary. I feel cheated. I'm being shortchanged. This ain't fair. This ain't right. This ain't right.
As Busta fell further in his grief, he started to act out.
Busta Rhymes. He was in Miami this past weekend, and he starts getting into this fight with just this random person. The video starts. I don't know what the argument is like happening, but you see Buster like looking at this guy, and he goes, and like you can see like spit gets on his face because the guy wipes it and then puts his hand on Busta, and then that's when Busta loses it.
Relax. Yo.
What's he looking for fights for?
Recently, you got in a little trouble. What happened with the guy at the gym?
I don't know what the hell you talking about.
They said you threw containers.
I don't know about that, man. I was trying everything to drown the pain and the frustration and the suffering of those losses by overworking, over drinking, over smoking. And I got to the weight of 340 pounds. I'm not even built to be that heavy. As I look at my skin, these like marks on my face. I hate those pictures. Like, I see the darkness in those pictures.
Without knowing it, Busta was reaching a point of no return.
I drank myself into an inability to wake myself up. I had to be woken up by my son and my security in LA. It took like 45 minutes, and we had just come back from hanging out at a club. He sat me down the next day. He was like, listen, I don't want to hurt your feelings because you're my father. And I don't even know if I got the strength to say it to you now, but I had a conversation with the security. I need you to listen to them because I'm too scared to tell you how I feel. That's how bad it was. My son ain't never speak to me like that in my life. But he couldn't even say it to me because that's how much he still was trying to protect my feelings. Up until this moment, when he saw this and he's been seeing it, but this is when it hits the low.
After hearing his son out, Busta agreed to go see a doctor.
The next day, I'm breathing so up that outside of the door, the doctor was like, yo, why are you breathing like that? And he wasn't even in the room with me. He's coming in the room. He says, I need you to go right now to UCLA Medical Center into the emergency room, and I'm gonna call the head person at the hospital to have them admit you immediately. You need to go into surgery tomorrow. I said, I ain't going in no ambulance. He said, well, then you have to sign this document that will exemplify me. If you don't listen and something happens and you die between now and when you get to the hospital. I ain't never been spoken to like this in my life. This is when I knew this shit was crazy. My son now, I'm calling him, telling him to meet me at the hospital. We get to the hospital, and I'm in the doctor's office, and they doing all of the preliminary shit before they gotta admit me into the emergency. My son is talking to me, and he tells me, I ain't never been this scared, Dad, but I'm scared you're gonna die. I can't lose you too. Can you please stop drinking? Can you please stop smoking? Can you please get back to the daddy that I know you to be? Finished me. Even when you really need help, reaching out to somebody for it was scary to do.
And it made him realize something he was overlooking about what Chris was going through before he died.
You could see that in the last couple of years, Chris was changing a little bit. I think that primarily came from the personal side. His life changed when this woman came into his life.
And even 50 Cent noticed it the last time he spoke to Chris on the phone.
The
same day or the day before you?
The night before, like talking to him, he's like, yeah, real soft spoken because he, wasn't feeling good. Right. And then Shorty came in and said, you on the phone? She was real mad, like, what the f? And I was like, we laughed at what was going on. And after he said, yo, I'll call you back. because he was just out of it. Like he was sick, so he couldn't. The you were on the phone? Da-da! She went out there, and I was like, damn.
Chris was in a back and forth process of a divorce from his wife Veronica, and it was taking a heavy toll on him, to the point where people started to notice.
And it was funny to us because we didn't really. At that point, he wasn't going.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It was just something to laugh at, like he just got some going on at the house.
Right.
Then later you look at it and you go, wait, this shit don't feel right.
On the day of Chris's death, after he came back home from dropping off his daughter, he was surprised to find movers at his house, taking his possessions out, and it led to a heated argument with Veronica. The relationship between Veronica and Chris was so strained that even while at the funeral, she sat separately from his family.
So you think that she had it done?
No, I won't put that on nobody.
I'm not saying nothing bad about the woman. I'm just talking about, I'm acknowledging a time period where a change transpired in a significant way, and it happened after this woman came around. Long story short,
the question that I ain't even respond to yet.
Well, are we in denial?
I'm gonna say this to you.
he was our manager. He had to manage our lives. Who was managing his? But whenever we needed him, he helped us manage ours. Feel me? Who could he call to help him manage his? You can't let another know when you in a up situation, because that man might use that information against you. That's a very scary place to be in. That's a very heavy place to be in. What he was going through.
I'm the garbage collector and the CEO.
Deep in a bottomless financial hole.
You absorb the problems of your clients.
After an argument with his wife, Veronica.
But we know if Chris won't allow us to accept that possible reality. But what he was going through, I don't know if we understood the significance of how serious it was, neither.
After seeing what led to his friend's death, Busta realized that he was heading down the same path that Chris was.
I started to walk around with this smile like I was doing well. That's a hard thing to do. Like, I didn't feel like I could be honest around my kids. I didn't feel like I could be honest around people that I was in business with. And I had the pressure of still having to function.
You gotta put your little poker face on and come outside and front for them. Because you already know you gotta protect you. You ain't trying to front for them. You fronting for you. I gotta save me. It was starting to harm me. And I needed to talk to somebody and try to help get a navigation to help me reach to the destination that I needed to reach to get up out of that and get back to my happiness and my peace of mind.
And how long it took for me to start having these kind of conversations with the public?
Although Busta's friend was unable to ask for help while he was still alive, Chris did manage to get help in his passing.
Chris's death was a blow on many levels. The most devastating, of course, was knowing what his loss would mean to his children. Chris's daughter, Tiffany, and I in particular were close, and I knew she worshipped the ground he walked on. I made a vow that I would look out for Tiffany in his absence. I tried to live up to that promise, rewriting my will to include her.
Pain that you go through too, you can look at me and see your pain in me. Because ain't none of us exempt from suffering. That's all this is about that I'm sharing. And it's therapeutically beautiful for me because I'm finally in a space in my life where I'm comfortable enough to share it.
And so peoples, as you can see, all of the atrocities that continually plagues Hollywood and the rap industry and the music industry. All of these deaths comes with a price, people. All of these deaths, all of these people tend to fall by the wayside, all because of what? Because people are jealous and envious of you, of your talents, of your prestige. You know, people are dying daily, and for what? And it really doesn't make no sense, peoples, to me, why all of these unexplained and unresolved deaths happens. And so on today, peoples, on today, I want to remember a young lady of the name of Sandra Bland, peoples. Her name is Sandra Bland. Remembering Sandra Bland, peoples. That's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to remember this young lady, Sandra Bland. She died many years ago on this day. On this day, peoples. And we're going to pay a tribute to Sandra Bland, peoples. The life, the legacy, and the love. And I see my peoples came into the house. Hello, Gina to you, B. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Gina to you had says, greetings, Edward and everyone. Gina to you has says, may Sandra Bland rest in heaven. And so, peoples, as you can see, it was on Juneteenth blackout. It says, remembering Sandra Bland, July 13th, 2015 to 2025. 10 years, peoples, had passed on today, the exact day that Sandra Bland has taken her final breath. And so, peoples, if you will just indulge me just for one moment, I want to go back to that particular time in space, at a place, and let's take a look at the arrest footage of Sandra Bland.
I haven't seen any trailer, any vehicles, nobody parked on the east side of the road.
Hello, ma'am. With the Texas Highway Patrol, the reason for your stop is you failed to signal your lane change. You got your driver's license insurance with you? Can you give me a few minutes, all right? You okay?
I'm waiting on you. This is your job. I'm waiting on you. What do you want me to
Oh,
say?
you seem very irritated.
I am. I really am. Because I feel like it's crap for what I'm getting a ticket for. I was getting out of your way. You were speeding up, tailing me. So I move over and you stop me. So yeah, I am a little irritated, but that doesn't stop you from giving me a ticket. So let's continue.
Are you done?
You asked me what was wrong and I told you.
Okay.
So now I'm done, yeah.
Okay. You mind putting out your cigarette, please? Don't mind.
I'm in my car. Why do I have to put out my cigarette?
Well, you can step on out now.
I don't have to step out of my car.
Step out of the car.
Why am I...
Step out of the car.
No, you don't have the right.
Step out of the car.
You do not have the right to do that.
I do have the right. Now step out or I will remove you.
I refuse to talk to you other than to identify myself.
Step out or I will remove you.
I am getting removed for a failure.
Step out or I will remove you. I'm giving you a lawful order. Get out of the car now or I'm going to remove you.
And I'm calling my lawyer.
I'm going to yank you out of here.
Okay, you're going to yank me out of my car?
Get out.
Okay. All right.
25.
Let's do this.
Yeah, we're going to.
Yeah. Don't touch me.
Get out of the car.
Don't touch me. I'm not under arrest. You don't have the right to take me out of my car.
You are under arrest.
I'm under arrest for what?
25.
For what?
7 County FM 1098. Just
For
north
what?
of 290. Send me another unit. Get out of the car.
Need another unit, have number 98.
Get out of the car now.
Why am I being apprehended? You trying to give me a ticket
I
for
said
your
get
failure?
out of the car.
Why am I being apprehended? You
I'm
just
giving you a
opened my
lawful
car
order.
door. You just
I'm
opened
going
my
to
car
drag you
door.
out of here.
So you threatening to drag me out of my own car.
Get out of the car.
And then you
I
gonna
will
stun
light
me?
you up. Get out.
Wow.
Now.
Wow.
Get out of the car.
Really, for a failure to signal. You doing all of this for a
Get
failure
over
to
there.
Right, yeah. Yeah, let's take this to court. Let's do
Go
it.
ahead.
For a failure to signal. Yep, for a failure to signal.
Get off the phone.
On my school.
Get off the phone.
I'm not on the phone. I have a right
Put
to
your
record.
phone
This is
down.
my property. This
Put
is
your
my
phone
property.
down.
Sir?
Put your phone down. Right now. Put your phone down.
County 8.
For a f***ing failure to signal, my goodness.
Come over here.
Y'all are interested.
Come
Very
over here now.
interested. You feeling good about yourself?
Stand right here.
You feeling good about yourself?
Stand right
For
there.
a failure to signal, you feel real good
Turn
about
around.
yourself, don't you?
Turn around.
You feel good about yourself,
Turn
don't you?
around now.
What are you?
Put your hands
Why
behind
am
your
I
back and
being
turn around.
arrested?
Turn around.
Why can't you tell me
I'm
why?
giving you a lawful order. I will tell
Why am I
you.
being arrested?
Turn
why
around.
Won't you tell me that part?
I'm giving you a lawful order. Turn around.
Why will you not tell me
You are
what's
not
going
complying.
on? I'm not complying because you just pulled me out of my car.
Turn around.
Are you f***ing kidding me? This is some bull.
Hands behind your back.
Because you know this is straight bull. You full of straight. That's all y'all is. Some scary cops. South Carolina got y'all scared. That's all it is. Scared of a female.
If you would have just listened.
I was trying to sign the ticket. Whatever.
Stop moving.
Are you serious?
Stop moving.
Oh, I can't wait till we go to court. Ooh, I can't wait. I cannot wait till we go to court. I can't wait. Ooh, I can't wait. You want me to sit down now?
No.
Or you gonna throw me to the floor? That'll make you feel better about yourself?
Knock it off.
No, that'll make you feel better about yourself? That'll make you feel real good, won't it? For a failure to signal, you doing all of this. In little ass Prairie View, Texas. My God, they must want.
You were getting a warning. Until now, you're going to jail.
No, I'm getting for what?
You can come
for
read.
What?
Come read right.
I'm getting a warning for what?
Stay right here.
For what? Well, you
Stay
just
right
pointed
here.
me over there.
I said stay right
Get
here.
your mind right. Let me. Oh, I swear on my life, y'all some a cop for a signal. You
I
gonna
got her
take me to
control.
jail?
She's in handcuffs.
What a 816. What you about to break my wrist?
Stop moving.
I'm standing still. You
Stand
keep
right
moving
here.
me. God damn it.
Stand right there.
Don't touch me. For a traffic signal, you doing all this bullshit. I'm here for a traffic signal.
Come read right over here. This right here says a warning. You started creating the problems.
You asked me what was wrong.
Do you have
I'm trying to
anything
tell
on
you.
your person that's
do
illegal?
it feel like I got anything on me? This a maxi
I'm
dress.
gonna remove your glasses.
This a maxi dress.
Come on over here.
Have on me. You're about to break my wrist. Can you stop? You are about to break my wrist.
Stop moving. Stop now. Stop it.
Stop resisting, man.
If you would stop, and I would tell you. Now stop.
You are such a. You are such a. No, you are.
You're yanking around.
Full traffic signal.
You are yanking around.
Signal.
When you pull away from me, you're resisting arrest.
This make you feel real good, don't it? A female for a traffic signal.
I got it.
For a traffic signal. I know that make you feel good, officer.
Take care of yourself.
I know it make you feel real good. You're a real man now. You just slam me, knock my head in the ground. I got epilepsy, you mother.
Good.
I hope I,
Good.
You should have thought about that before you start resisting.
All right. Yeah, this is real good. Real good for a female. Yeah.
All because of a not signaling peoples. All of this because she was not signaling. You know, and this is what happens on a daily basis, peoples. This is what happens on a daily basis in Texas, in California, in Georgia, in Chicago. You know, all of these different places, all because she failed to signal peoples. It escalated, you know, a white man on a beautiful black woman. A white man who's probably just like Diddy, who has a little bitty pity, you know, and they can't handle a beautiful black lady telling them where to go and what to do. I mean, for what was the cause of him pulling her out of the car? Really, peoples, what was the cause of all of that? And it escalated ever so quickly, peoples. I don't understand that, peoples. I mean, you know, you give these little funky zebra ass white men a little bit of power and it just goes to their head. You have to obey me because I say so. Get out of the car. Really, peoples? Really? Did it have to escalate to that level, peoples? Wow. And now a life is taken, peoples. Sandra Bland, July 13, 2015 to 2025. All because a white man couldn't control his temper. Gina to you had says, yes, damn sure do happen on a daily basis. And so, peoples, let's take a look further as to what had transpired, peoples. It is sickening and it's sad, peoples. Let's take a look on Sandra Bland's own cell phone as to what has transpired, peoples.
Sandra Bland and their attorneys say they have never seen this video before. However, the Texas Department of Public Safety says it's been available for quite some time. In any case, the public is just now getting its first look, and the question is, will it be enough to reopen the investigation into her arrest?
You just opened my car door, so you're threatening to drag me out of my own car.
Get out of the car!
And then you're
I
gonna
will
stun
light
me?
you up. Get out!
Wow.
Now!
Wow.
The 39-second video shot by Sandra Bland herself gives you a different perspective. Her perspective of the traffic stop in July of 2015 that led to her arrest. 3 days later, she was found dead in her jail cell. Officials say she killed herself. Previously released video from the Texas Troopers dash cam shows Bland holding the cell phone, but her sister, who we spoke with by phone today, says the new video shows you exactly what's happening in the car.
So it does show a slightly different perspective. The outcome is the same. I think the outcome is it's simplistic. Brian Encinia lied about what transpired in the field versus what he documented and was of public record on his police report.
Trooper Brian Encinia claimed he feared for his safety during the traffic stop, but was later indicted by a grand jury for perjury. The charges were later dropped when he agreed to give up his license and never work as a law enforcement officer again.
Not seeing that video.
Cannon Lambert represented the Bland family in a wrongful death lawsuit, which was settled for nearly $2 million. He was given evidence collected in the case and says this video was never part of it. He says it wouldn't have made a difference in his case, but he feels it could have impacted the way the special prosecutor handled Encinia's case.
The special prosecutors who had the ability to prosecute Encinia for perjury, and the reason they gave us for not doing so was that they felt that the case was going to be too difficult to prove. I think this video shows that not to be so.
Bland's sister Sharon Cooper says the video is bittersweet validation. She says the decision by the special prosecutor to drop the charges has left the family with little options when it comes to reopening the case.
We can't live in dreams. We have to live in reality. They took that possibility away from us, and so we've been put in a position where we've been made to move forward.
I posed that question also to the Texas Department of Public Safety as to whether this case would be reopened or at the very least re-examined. That spokesman said that will be up to the Waller County District Attorney's Office. And as you heard, Sandra Bland's family is not holding out hope that will happen.
Sandra Bland, peoples. Getting dragged out of a car all because an unhinged white man. And he doesn't go to jail. He just has to give up his license forever, so he cannot be an officer of the law. But yet he's free to roam the streets and buy groceries and do all of the other things that he wanted to do. That's not good enough. And I mean, yes, they got a nice compensation for the wrongful death, but she doesn't have a life, peoples. Her life is gone. It's taken. And all for what? Because this sucker has a bruised ego, peoples? Really? The life has been taken, and all for what, peoples? See, people think that just giving money, all because your loved one is taken out of here, is good. No, peoples. No. I think the people who have done the bad deeds needs to go to jail, needs to have their freedom restricted. It needs to be in there for some years. You know, even if they're not in there for the rest of their lives, at least that is some compensatory effects for the various things that they had caused in the lives of the family and then in the lives of the victim. She's no longer here. Her name was Sandra Bland Peoples.
Car door. Tonight, never before seen footage shot by Sandra Bland herself of the moment a Texas state trooper pointed a stun gun at her during a routine traffic stop that went terribly wrong.
You threatening to drag me out of my own car.
Get out of the car!
And then you
I
gonna
will
stun
light
me?
you up.
Bland's own cell phone footage obtained by a Dallas news station recorded her vantage point as the trooper stopped her for changing lanes without signaling. Saying he felt threatened, he arrested her for assault.
You doing all of this for
Get
a failure
over
signal?
there.
Right, yeah. Yeah, let's take this to court.
3 days later, Bland was found hanging in her jail cell. Her death ruled a suicide. Her family believes she'd still be alive today if Officer Brian Encinia had treated her differently. They say they hadn't seen the video until now.
What it does, without a shadow of a doubt, validate is that Brian Encinia's behavior in the field, his lack of judgment, and his inability to really de-escalate that situation was what was the impetus behind why she was detained and ultimately why she died in police custody.
Encinia was charged with perjury for lying about why he pulled Bland from the car. Those charges were dropped when he agreed to turn in his badge permanently.
This video shows that the state trooper was not afraid at all, had no reason to be afraid at all. And he should have been prosecuted because he wasn't afraid and he lied about it.
The Department of Public Safety says the video is not newly discovered and has in no way been concealed by the department, and that the video was released 12 days after the incident and made available to Bland family lawyers. The state trooper's attorney says the newly surfaced video doesn't show anything new, but Bland's family hopes it will remind the country of their loss.
Sandra, Sandy, known affectionately to us, was an extraordinary young woman. She really, really was.
So, Lester, Bland's family has already reached a nearly $2 million settlement. But tonight, there's new public outrage and outcry asking for them to reopen that case, even though the family doesn't think at this point there's really anything they can do to file any further criminal charges.
All right, Morgan, thank you.
And so, peoples, on this day, we remember the life and legacy and the love of Sandra Bland. She will be forever in our hearts, peoples. And this is just another atrocity that has been plagued upon the people. And so finally, peoples, we will take a look at the final moments of Sandra Bland.
On Sandra Bland, the woman who was found dead in a Texas jail cell 3 days after being arrested during a traffic stop. Police have released new video from outside her cell around the time she died as her family awaits the results of that private autopsy. ABC's Ryan Smith has been tracking the case for us. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning, Robin. Authorities say they believe Sandra Bland's death was a tragic accident and not one of criminal intent, but they also add they're viewing this like they would a murder investigation and now releasing video from inside the jail where she was held during the last moments of her life.
This morning, authorities say this newly released jailhouse video shows the moments police officers realized Sandra Bland was dead, hanging in her cell, a garbage bag around her neck. The 3-hour surveillance tape shows little activity in the hallway leading to Bland's cell. But watch as this officer goes to check on her, looks through a window, and runs back to the main jail area to summon help.
This is being treated like a murder investigation.
The Texas Rangers now investigating how she died after being arrested in this routine traffic stop. Police placed her in this area of jail cells. You can't see her, but they claim her health was intact.
There were no reported injuries by Miss Bland. No additional medical treatment was requested.
And less than 3 hours before her death, authorities say jailers conducted their rounds.
A jailer personally spoke with Miss Bland. Miss Bland reported to this jailer, "I'm fine."
Later, she asked about making a phone call, one never made. It would be their last conversation with her. An hour later, a guard comes to Sandra's cell.
The jailer looked through the window and observed Miss Bland hanging from her privacy partition in her cell.
But this video still leaving her family with more questions than answers.
Wasn't much of anything there, so of course that still was lingering questions. I will tell you that what I think it shows is that it's clear that something's wrong.
And while a coroner listed Sandra's cause of death as suicide, authorities say they're not so sure.
So it is too early to make any kind of determination that this was a suicide or a murder.
Police say they expect to release dash cam video of the arrest today, and they're downloading data from Sandra's phone indicating she was recording the incident. As for her family, they're hoping private autopsy results expected today will help solve the mystery of her death, George.
Okay, Ryan, thanks very much. Let's talk to Dan Abrams about this right now. So the police treating this like a murder investigation, but no evidence that anyone went in the cell.
That's right. So you have the sheriff and the coroner deeming this to be a suicide. But in essence, what the district attorney is saying is, yeah, I know that that's their position, but I'm still going to do an independent investigation here to determine could there be something else. Meaning, you can still look, for example, at the plastic bag. Were there fingerprints? Were there DNA? These are important questions that need to be answered. And by the DA coming out and saying, I'm going to look at this as if it was a murder investigation, he's saying this isn't over. And I'm pretty sure he's going to end up handing this to a grand jury to ultimately make that decision.
And that's why the autopsy is so important, but also the release of this dash cam video.
Right. So the dash cam video is from when she's arrested. We're expecting that to be released today. It's a somewhat separate issue, right, as to why she was arrested. Did the police behave properly when she was arrested? But that'll be more important in any civil lawsuit that she may file against the police department than necessarily in the murder investigation.
And why she spent 3 days in jail as well.
That's right.
Okay, Dan Abrams, thanks very much.
And so, peoples, we're remembering the life, the love, and the legacy of Sandra Bland. July 13th, 2015 to July 13th, 2025. Sandra Bland, rest in peace. And so, peoples, we're going to turn our attention because the same kind of incident has happened to a man called Jeffrey Epstein. You know, there was some video footage that was in the jailhouse, and he was tucked away into a cell that was kind of in back of the jailhouse, and he was found hanging in a cell. And the official report has been Jeffrey Epstein has committed suicide. That's what they said. It's not what Edward Joseph said. It is what they said, peoples. And so, you know, all of this time, the people have been investigating Jeffrey Epstein. And Jeffrey Epstein, as we know it, because the evidence has already shown that he has been fondling the young ones. He has been taking the young ones to his lair, to Jeffrey Epstein's island. And he has been doing horrific things to them. Jeffrey Epstein, peoples. And not only Jeffrey Epstein's, but these deviant, devilish, and demonic devils that had encompassed him and had came to his lair. And all of these was there for just one purpose, and that is to do some heinous things to the young ones, peoples. Jeffrey Epstein is who I am speaking on, peoples. You know, Jeffrey Epstein, the President T's friend. Jeffrey Epstein, the one who, the billionaire who money has just seems to be endless, but nobody could ever pinpoint how was he getting this money. Who had supplied him with all of the millions and billions that he had? And Jeffrey Epstein. But see, the thing is, peoples, we were able to uncover some things about Jeffrey Epstein, because Jeffrey Epstein wasn't pristine, clean, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so we're going to take a look, and we're going to open up the book of Jeffrey Epstein. You know, there's all of these moguls who just have a salacious appetite for the youngins. Do you understand what I'm saying? You know, and so now we're going to bring awareness to all of these deviant, devilish, and demonic devils. Jeffrey Epstein's and J to the A to the B to the C to the Z's. Beyonce's and the Genie Dills or the Genie Dildos, you know, the Genie Dildos. So, people, it is my pleasure to continue to keep exposing these demonic devils for the hilarious and nefarious madness that they have been perpetrating on our people. Never, ever am I going to sit back and allow these devils to run rampant over us and over our lives, peoples. Never again, peoples. No, not on my watch. I said not on my watch, peoples. And so, peoples, before I go into Jeffrey Epstein, I want to go and stop for a station identification, peoples, because there is a young lady who I have to call out. There's a young lady whom I have to call out, peoples, and she is missing. And so we have to go ahead and we have to bring awareness to her case. Is that all right, peoples? We have to bring awareness to her case. And before I do that, I see my people's done come in. And so let me give a shout out to hello, Carla Henry. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Carla Henry had says blessings, Edward and chat. And Carla Henry had says, hey, Gina, to you. All right, people, so let me go ahead and let me share my screen because I have to bring awareness to this particular case that has surfaced on today. And this young lady is missing, and her name is Nina Williams Peoples. Nina Williams. And it says, missing. Please help to find 14-year-old Nina Williams safe return home. She was last seen on June the 13th, 2025. Just 1 month ago, peoples, in Rancho Cucamonga, California. She may be still in the area or travel to Los Angeles or Moreno Valley. Nina may need medication attention. Caution, if located, do not approach and immediately contact law enforcement. Have information, call NCMEC at 1-800-THE-LOST or the San Bernardino County Sheriff Department at 1-760-956-5001. Now, I don't understand, people. So I don't understand. Help me to make this make sense. They said that if located, do not approach and immediately call law enforcement. So help me to make this make sense. Are they saying that she is in need of medication, but do not approach her? So do they feel that she had left on her own, and because of her medication that, she had wigged out or something? Because the way that they're saying this is simply this: missing, please help to find 14-year-old Nina Williams, safe return home. She was last seen on June the 13th, 2025 in Rancho Cucamonga, California. She may be still in the area or travel to Los Angeles or Moreno Valley. So, people, help me to make this make sense. So you mean to tell me that a 14-year-old can come up missing, and what they're saying right here is that they feel that she had traveled away on her own recognizance, peoples? A 14-year-old girl? Peoples, really? Oh my God, peoples, come on now. Come on now, peoples. Come on now, peoples. Help me to make this make sense. It doesn't make no sense, peoples, that this 1-year-old girl will get up and run away. She will get up and run away, peoples. And she will have the means to run away, peoples. Come on now. I don't believe that for nothing in the world, peoples. I said I don't believe that for nothing in the world, peoples. So, peoples, we're getting ready to showcase another young one who had came up missing. But in this case, there was some good news. Now, see, peoples, this may be triggering video. So viewer discretion is advised, peoples. I said viewer discretion is advised, peoples.
Breaking news, we want to let you know about the missing 7-year-old boy out of Milwaukee has been found safe. Jamal White, is safe. That Amber Alert now canceled. Someone took Jamal White at gunpoint last night. Here is a live look at 39th and Lloyd, where family says he was found. You can see a huge law enforcement presence on the scene. Milwaukee police out there. The Wisconsin Crime Alert Network confirms that Jamal was found safe. We have a crew on the scene. TJ Dysart will be bringing us updates, and we will have much more tonight on 12 News again at 10. But again, the missing 7-year-old out of Milwaukee, Jamal White, has been found safe.
And so, peoples, that was little Jamal White, who has been abducted, as you've seen. That was the door cam. He was riding his bike, and as soon as he passed the bushes, you've seen the car was going down, and then they turned around, and then they stopped, and they went and abducted him. And I tell you, peoples, the prayers went out immediately when they found out that the young man was taken. And he was taken and he was gone overnight. But because of the overwhelming response, peoples, the young man was found safe and sound. Yes, he was. He was found safe and sound, peoples, and he was reunited with his family. And so, peoples, that's what happens when you pray. The demon, devilish, and demonic people thought that they were going to do some things and whatnot, but it was because of the power of prayer, peoples. It's what brought this young man home to be with his family. And so, people, let this be a lesson to you in this day and time. You cannot allow your kids to be out of your sight for one moment. And even if you believe that you live in a safe environment, peoples, that's not the case. You got to keep your eyes upon your children. And so, peoples, let's take a look. Let's take a look at this here, peoples. This is the Amber Alert for Jamal White, peoples.
A warning, ladies and gentlemen, the details that you're about to hear are difficult. Authorities issued an Amber Alert for a 7-year-old taken at gunpoint in Milwaukee. So take a look at your screen. This is 7-year-old Jamal White. Investigators say a masked man took him at gunpoint. This is around 7 last night near 61st and Eustis and drove off in a white Jeep Renegade SUV. The neighborhood is on the city's northwest side, just southwest of 60th and Good Hope. Top news, James Stratton is live near Milwaukee Police District 4 headquarters at 7th and Silver Spring. James, the search continues this morning.
And Duke, that urgent search underway, as you mentioned, that Amber Alert starting at about midnight for that 7-year-old Jamal White, taken by a masked man in a white Jeep just a couple of miles north of here at 61st and Eustis. Take a look at the surveillance video that we obtained from the neighborhood showing that white Jeep pulling up as the child riding by on his bicycle stopped in the street. You can then see the Jeep back up, turn around, and head in the direction of the boy and the bike. Both the boy, the SUV, then out of frame. So we can't exactly see what happened, but that white Jeep Renegade in the video is the same type of vehicle authorities are searching for connected to this Amber Alert. Last night, 12 News spoke with a relative of Jamal White. asking for the public's help in finding him.
We just want him home safe. We just want him home safe. So please call 911, call, ask for help. If anybody has any information, he's such a good kid. He's such a vibrant, charismatic kid. Everybody loves him and they just want him home safe.
Again, take a look at your screen. Another look at that missing boy, 7-year-old Jamal White. We can't show this photo enough. Last seen in a white Jeep Renegade SUV, white, 4 feet tall, black, brown eyes, wearing a white T-shirt and black shorts. Authorities do not know the name of the armed man, at least have not shared it with us or other media outlets. Again, one more time, looking for that white Jeep Renegade that we've seen on surveillance video pulling up next to White as he was riding by on his bicycle. Still no word, though, on what the license plate of that Jeep Renegade reads. Again, that desperate search for that 7-year-old underway after that Amber Alert issued last night around midnight, Duke.
And so people's, you know, I hope that this will be I hope that this will be a educational tool for all of the people to understand that, you know, the times has changed. You know, we have to be very vigilant in the various things that we do. And so we have to keep our eyes upon our children because, you know, you got deviant, devilish, and demonic people out there who is doing bad deeds. And this next episode right here, peoples, of a man called Jeffrey Epstein, peoples. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein has been a very, very bad boy, peoples. Jeffrey Epstein. And Jeffrey Epstein was the one who had brought all of these youngins to his lair. Jeffrey Epstein, peoples. And he was the one who had done some horrific things. And he thought that he was going to get away with it, but he didn't. He didn't. And the people who was trying to cover up for him, they got him. They got him. And I mean, you know, however he had exit out of this life, well then, you know, serves him right. Because again, you know, he brought these things upon himself. Yes, he did. He did that, peoples. The rich and the powerful have brought justice to this deviant, devilish, and demonic man, Jeffrey Epstein, peoples. And so we're going to take a look at this madness of Jeffrey Epstein, peoples.
We announce the unsealing of sex trafficking charges against Jeffrey Epstein. The charges allege that Epstein abused young girls by enticing them to engage in sex for money. Epstein was arrested this past Saturday evening at Teterboro Airport aboard his private jet that had just landed from Paris, France. Epstein was taken to the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan. Epstein is charged in a 2-count indictment. First, conspiracy to commit sex trafficking, and second, the substantive crime of sex trafficking of underage girls. Beginning in at least 2002 and continuing until 2005, Epstein is alleged to have abused dozens of victims by causing them to engage in sex acts with him at his mansion in New York and at his estate in Palm Beach, Florida. The victims, all underage at the time of the alleged conduct, were given hundreds of dollars in cash after each encounter, either by Epstein or by one of Epstein's employees. The underage girls were initially recruited to provide Epstein with massages and often did so nude or partially nude.
You shot straight, but you shot late. High living. This is the Rundown Podcast.
I'm gonna give you the rundown.
I'm going to give you the rundown.
Using the Jeffrey Epstein case, tonight the release of previously sealed court documents, including the names of people linked in some way to convicted offender Jeffrey Epstein, including former presidents Clinton and Trump, magician David Copperfield, Michael Jackson, among the many names. None accused of wrongdoing, but what the documents do claim, with more documents released just moments ago. Here's Aaron Katursky.
Tonight, newly unsealed court documents offer a who's who of people name-dropped in connection with Jeffrey Epstein, the notorious offender who hid himself in jail while awaiting trial. Some had known associations with Epstein, like the actor Kevin Spacey, the magician David Copperfield, supermodel Naomi Campbell, and former presidents Trump and Clinton. None was accused of wrongdoing. Most of the names were contained in a May 2016 deposition of Johanna Schoberg, who worked for and traveled with Epstein for several years. She said she was flying to Atlantic City with Epstein when Jeffrey said, "Great, we'll call up Trump." There's no evidence in the documents that call ever took place. Schoberg identified Copperfield as a friend of Epstein's and was asked, "Did Copperfield ever discuss Jeffrey's involvement with young girls with you?" She answered, "He questioned me if I was aware that girls were getting paid to find other girls. Did he tell you any of the specifics of that? No." Some of the famous names seem to come out of the blue, like Michael Jackson, who Schoberg claims she met at Epstein's Palm Beach home. Schoberg was asked, "Did you massage him?" She answered, "I did not." The documents were part of a long-settled defamation lawsuit alleged victim Virginia Giuffre brought against Epstein's former companion Ghislaine Maxwell.
It's really important to the public interest to be able to see those documents that have been held for so long in the court file.
Giuffre made allegations claiming Maxwell and Epstein directed her to have sex with powerful men like former Senator George Mitchell, former Ambassador Bill Richardson, Hyatt Hotel Chairman Tom Pritzker, and on 3 occasions with Prince Andrew. All of the men have denied it. Prince Andrew settled a lawsuit with Giuffre in 2022.
We're now starting to see the information behind the trafficking scheme.
Johanna Schoberg said in her deposition she was on a couch with Giuffre, Prince Andrew, Maxwell, and Epstein at his Upper East Side mansion when Andrew put his hand on my and they took a photo. That photo has never surfaced. No comment tonight from Prince Andrew.
Arguably one of the most suspicious, mysterious, and we're still left in suspense when it comes to this case of Jeffrey Epstein. We now have conspiracy theories that have circulated since Epstein's death, claiming that he was killed by someone afraid he would expose sex crimes of prominent figures in politics and finance whose friendship he had cultivated over several decades. Slide with me as me, OG Jacario, your host, takes you down the rabbit hole of Jeffrey Epstein and all the cover-ups and all the way up until the footage released of Jeffrey Epstein, his last moments seen before he allegedly inflicted harm to himself in his jail cell. Now, since the release of this surveillance video of the Metropolitan Detention Center where Epstein was housed at, there have been many questions about a minute that's missing on that video. And if the Trump administration is being so transparent, why is the video edited? Okay? I thought they were going to show the video in its entirety. But as we see, this 1 minute that's actually missing from this video, a minute and a couple of seconds, right? That's all you need to escape up out of there, or 2, for somebody to come in and possibly do something to Epstein. That would lead up to him not inflicting this harm to himself. Maybe somebody else did it, and that's what a lot of people believe, okay? Because like his brother said, why would Epstein take himself out before his bail hearing? That doesn't make any sense. And by the end of this segment, you'll have a clearer understanding, maybe as to why they didn't release all those files like Pam Bondi expected them to, right? And we'll possibly see that this beef, this ongoing back and forth where Elon Musk is falling out with him and Trump, all comes into play. Because Elon Musk already told us, hey, they're not releasing all the files because Donald J. Trump, your president, is in those files, along with many others. So slide with me, because by the time we finish this, you'll definitely understand why we're all being lied to. Now, what caused a lot of this confusion is when Fox News interviewed Pam Bondi, and they asked her, hey, will the Epstein client list really be released? And she said that it's sitting on my desk right now, right? Waiting on her review. And this right here insinuated to a lot of people that it was indeed a client list.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
But then, they come back and they, clean up their mess and say, hey, there was no client list. She didn't mean that the client list itself was sitting on the desk. No, she's talking about the entirety of the case and all the files. Wow, really?
She was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that.
Maureen Comey, the prosecutor in Ghislaine Maxwell's federal case, right? Her father, James Comey, said some of those files in the Epstein case were missing. Now, Pam Bondi followed up by saying that, insinuating, right? Acting as if, the files weren't missing. And she had to call him to verify. Well, why you got to call him to verify it if they weren't missing?
James Comer said yesterday that all the Epstein files are missing. Can you confirm that? We still haven't heard from you.
No, the FBI, the FBI, they're reviewing, there are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume, and that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going through that. I haven't seen that statement, but I'll call him later and find out.
And so peoples, hundreds of thousands of victims. Did you just hear what she said? Hundreds of thousands of victims. Even one victim is way too many. But she called them victims. And so if you are a victim, peoples, that means clearly that, something happened to them. Because you don't become a victim if nothing happened to you, right? And so if you are part of a case and they deem you a victim, well, then that means something had to happen to you. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? They didn't say that these people were plaintiffs. They said that these people were victims. And so when they call them victims, that means that they have some sort of evidence that can substantiate that something happened to them. So we're not going to sit here and play with words. We're going to sit here and we're going to listen to what they said, because that's what they said. And what they said really matters in this case. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And so let's rewind that back just a little bit here, because see, peoples, I want you to get a wholesome understanding as to what she said.
Of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that.
Maureen Comey, the prosecutor in Ghislaine Maxwell's federal case, right? Her father, James Comey, said some of those files in the Epstein case were missing. Now, Pam Bondi followed up by saying that, insinuating, right? Acting as if, the files weren't missing. And she had to call him to verify. Well, why you got to call them to verify it if they weren't missing?
James Comer said yesterday that all the Epstein files are missing. Can you confirm that? We still haven't heard from you.
No, the FBI, the FBI, they're reviewing, there are tens of thousands of videos.
So there was tens of thousands of videos. Tens of thousands of videos. Now, I want you to think about that for a moment, people. Tens of thousands of videos. That means that this has been going on for over a period of time, because just one video won't be tens of thousands, people. One video is one video. And so if you're going to have tens of thousands of videos, that means that this have been spanning over years. if you have tens of thousands of videos. Now, I have thousands of videos that I have filmed of weddings. I have thousands of videos that I filmed of funerals, because I told you I was a videographer, photographer, still is, and I traveled all over the United States filming weddings, filming funerals, and filming conventions. I have filmed the National Baptist Convention, where the late Reverend Dr. Clay Evans were the president, and that's T. Slay's grandfather. And so, I brought that out, and T. Slay, I know your family. I know who you is. And so that's what I did, people. And so the thing is that I have thousands, but I don't have tens of thousands. So that means that this thing has been going on for some time. And see, the thing is, people, this is what the people fail to realize, because people don't listen. It is what she said. Pam Bondi. It is what she said. Edward Joseph didn't make that up. She said it. And so, since this has been spending over a period of time, peoples, well, then what is that telling you? What is that telling you, peoples? That they have substantial evidence. Because, see, the thing is, peoples, in the P. Diddy case, they didn't have tens of thousands of videos. They only just had 1,000 bottles of baby oil. It's a big difference. It's a big difference between tens of thousands of videos and 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Now, see, baby oil, you cannot play back, peoples, because it doesn't record anything. It doesn't show anything. All it does is you anoint your body with oil, and your body tends to glisten if the people listen. And see, the thing is, peoples, because it was tens of thousands of videos, that means that the FBI knew what was going on for quite some time. And they allow all of these victims to be victims for quite some time before they ever took down this man. And you've seen the names that was already projected out in the airways. The prince, but not the Prince of Bel-Air. And he settled quietly. He said, shh, keep my name out of your mouth. But did he get up and slap them, peoples? No, he didn't. All he did was slap that money down on the table and said, shh, keep my name out of your mouth. But they kept your name in their mouths. And they've shown you your picture, my friend. And so the prince, not of Bel-Air, but the prince was there. You got busted. Now you can't be trusted. And so people's Pam Bondi was the one who said tens of thousands. And it's amazing how she can still be Attorney General over the DOJ, and she speaks just recklessly. But she's the one who had literally told the American people that she has the files. Let's listen to her, peoples.
Of Epstein with children or child.
She had tens of thousands of videos of Epstein's with children or child. Now, and see, the thing is, Jaguar Wright and Jeannie Dill and all of these people said that Diddy had children or child stuck in a tunnel under his house that leads to the mansion of Playboy. But we never seen not one video of a children or a child in the P. Diddy case, did we, Peoples? But she said that they had tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child. It makes you wonder what type of government do we have, Peoples, that they can allow people to be with a children or a child and they have videos of it, but they don't want to release it to the people to let the people know who all of the other perpetrators is. Because see, it wasn't just Epstein, Peoples. It was people that was going to the island. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so out of sight, out of mind. Yes, you did commit the crime. And so now it doesn't matter if you spend a dime because you got caught. I said you got caught. And you got caught in the fault. And so what in the hell is the government doing, Peoples? What in the hell is the government doing, Peoples? I don't get it for the likes of me. Don't understand it, Peoples. The government of the highest regard is playing tiddlywinks with the people. Let's listen in to what Pam Bondi had to say, Peoples.
And there are hundreds of victims, and no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume, and that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going through that. I haven't seen that statement, but I'll.
There is hundreds of victims, and no one victim is going to get released. So basically what she's saying right there is major cover-up. We're not going to release the files, Peoples, so you can stop asking. She just told you what is happening right now. They're not going to release the files. No one victim will be released. See, and I don't understand why people just find that so amazing, but she just told you what she wasn't going to do. It won't be released. That's what she just told you. It won't be released. So why are you asking? Because it won't be released, Peoples. That's what she said. I can't make this up, Peoples. That is exactly what she said. And that is exactly what's happening, Peoples. Isn't that what she said? She said hundreds of victims, but it won't be released. That's your government for you, Peoples. That's the people who you voted in. I never voted for Pam Bondi. I never voted for President T. Peoples. You did that. And so now your kids is being abducted. You got these demon, devilish, and demonic people taking your kids and taking them to an island. And then she has the nerve to say that it won't be released. Just allowing these people to go ahead and do whatever they want. Really, people? Really? Stand up and say something.
Call him later and find out.
So that's how we know that, yeah, some of the files indeed, in fact, were. And then she comes back and she has to demand the FBI field office department there in New York to release those files that they had once she found out that they had the files. So that lets us know right there. They were already covering up. Now, when the FBI gave her the same files that were already public, that's right. They gave Bondi in the Trump administration public information that was already available. Nothing new. And then she accused the FBI field office there in New York of hiding documents, okay, from the public. And she demanded that the rest of the documents be released by a certain date.
I gave them a deadline of Friday at 8 a.m. to get us everything, and a source had told me where the documents were being kept, Southern District of New York, shock. So we got them all by, hopefully all of them, Friday at 8 a.m., thousands of pages of documents. I have the FBI going through them, and Cash is also, now that we have Cash here, it's a game changer, of course, and Cash is going to, Director Patel, is going to get us a detailed report as to why the FBI withheld all of those documents.
Now, of course, heads had to roll, and somebody had to be fired for this, because once Bondi put Cash Patel, the FBI director, on the case, she demanded that Patel get her answers as to why all the files wasn't given to the administration. And guess what? Yes, that New York FBI director there over that field was fired because he was withholding this information there in New York. And this right here is a clear example of how corruption works. Now ask yourself this question. Why was the head of the FBI there in New York at that field office withholding those files on Epstein? There's not so many, possibilities out there that as to why he would do this, right? Maybe he was doing it because he was connected to Epstein, allegedly. Was paid off, possibly, okay? And maybe he was connected to a lot of those politicians, okay, that were on some of those tapes and some of that documentation that had not been released that he was holding on to. It's only so many things as to why he didn't release it.
There is more coming on the Epstein files. Listen, I know this is a hot potato for folks. I totally understand. My comments were clear. I'm not paid for my opinions anymore. I work for the taxpayer now. I'm paid on evidence. That's it. The evidence we have in our files clearly indicates that it was, in fact, we do have video. It's not the greatest video in the world. I don't want to set expectations on fire. However, the video does show in that specific block that he goes in, made a phone call. You'll see 12 hours of guards going to basically check on him, come back. You'll see no one really comes out in that bay, in that area, than him. There's no one in there. When you combine that with the other evidence we will be releasing in the coming weeks, we're still finalizing some of the products. I think it's pretty clear. However, as I've clearly indicated in some of my tweets on my official account, listen, investigations, if new information surfaces in the future on any of these cases, we're always open. I'm just telling you, there's nothing there in the file at all that indicates anything other than, in fact.
Now, as you just heard, Dan Bongino made that statement that it was nobody on the block during the time of Epstein leaving and making that phone call and returning back to his jail cell, right? Well, you see other inmates in the video that's now released of this whole situation. So that would, make what Dan Bongino said false. You see a lot of people coming and going on that tier, right? Guard, you see a person with a hoodie on. Yes, that's right, a person with a hoodie on inside that facility, looking very suspicious. Who is this person? See other inmates with orange jumpsuits on. They're walking around the tier. And it's very strange that Bongino said all this before the surveillance video was released of Epstein. Allegedly, it's supposed to be Epstein, but we can't see Epstein. So what video is Bongino talking about when he spoke of this before it was released? Because we don't see Epstein at all. Not a clear visual of him. But some people are pointing out it was the white grayish hair. Well, I can't see that. I'm not trying to see it, you guys. I want to see what Bongino's seen. Because Bongino spoke so sure of himself that he's seen Epstein on the video. But we don't. Bongino would then go on to summarize the whole case and say, look, Jeffrey Epstein inflicted this self-harm on himself. And this is what, Bongino is claiming, that the FBI, the Trump administration, everybody came to agreement that this is what happened. Despite the findings of the FBI and the DOJ, Epstein's brother says, look, my brother was murdered. I don't care what nobody is saying, okay? And this was over a year ago where he did this interview telling, look, this is what he believed happened to his brother Jeffrey. He was assassinated. It was a hit on his life, allegedly.
I Dr. Michael Barden to witness the autopsy. The autopsy was performed by the city pathologist. I, as a family member, have the right to have my own pathologist be there and to conduct an autopsy once the body is claimed, if we deemed it was necessary.
And the reason I ask you that is because you just said a second ago you thought that, you know, your brother's death was mourning his loss, but there seemed to be something to indicate to you, I want a second opinion to someone to observe the autopsy, right? What was the reason you thought that?
Well, because in speaking with his attorneys, they had a source, and they were sort of surprised that he did it. So we figured let's cover the bases and, you know, make sure we have somebody there as well. Because one of the things that's not been out there much is that a few days after death, there was a hearing scheduled to appeal the decision for bail. You know, the first time when he was first arrested, his attorneys asked me if I would participate in his bail. And I said, yes. I said, put up my house in Florida. I knew my brother wasn't a flight risk and he's my brother. I didn't care. And then bail was denied, which is why he was in jail. And then they were going to appeal the decision for bail. And Jeffrey was putting up a pretty big bail. And they asked me for the appeal if I would guarantee his bail. And I agreed, in essence, doubling it. So there was a chance he might have gotten bail. And that hearing was scheduled in, I think, for the 12th, in a couple of days. So then I'm thinking, if he was going to kill himself, wouldn't he wait to after the bail hearing? Yeah, because if he got bail, he'd be living in his house with an ankle monitor and armed guards and cameras, so he wouldn't disappear anywhere. Not that I thought he would try. And then if bail was denied again, then it would be a more compelling argument for him to kill himself if he wanted to. But a few days before the bail hearing makes no sense at all.
So do you have a theory as to what happened here? Because, you know, there's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of conspiracy theories. There's a lot of innuendo. Do you have a theory as to what happened here?
Yes, my theory is that this was a targeted assassination.
So as you heard, Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, he had been saying almost over a year ago that he felt like and believed that his brother Jeffrey Epstein was assassinated at that Manhattan detention center there in New York. And that Jeffrey couldn't have possibly did this to himself because, you know, he was still fighting the case, trying to get another appeal for a bail hearing. And he could have possibly got it once his brother put up, you know, his collateral. And why would he do this to himself right before even finding out if he would get a chance to go home? Now, this is where the death of Epstein comes in at. They're saying that Epstein was killed because he knew too much. He was a liability. He was blackmailing people. And he had tapes, videos of a lot of politicians and powerful, wealthy figures, these men that could have possibly been taken down along with Epstein. So to keep that from happening, let's just take out Epstein, right? And let's protect ourselves by doing this because Epstein was the one with this alleged evidence against him. Video files, right? All kinds of documentations. And, you know, this right here was detrimental to a lot of people that was involved, or, you know, names could, you know, possibly be named. And even if they didn't have nothing to do with what Epstein was involved in, it was just a bad look. Just like Trump, okay? His name being caught up in the Epstein thing was scandalous, you guys. And Kash Patel, the FBI director who was appointed by Trump, you know, he was talking as if, you know, they were trying to protect Epstein, and he wasn't going for that. And, you know, this was back in 2023 where he was saying, you know, they were going to come in and basically do all this and all that to try to expose what was going on.
Why is the FBI protecting the great, the largest scale in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list. You don't think that Bill Gates is lobbying Congress night and day to prevent the disclosure of that list? And why is it that the Senate, you know, and good for Senator Blackburn to try to get it out, but then Dick Durbin comes over the top and says, no, we're not going to release the names. I don't care about the list itself, but if release the names, right?
Now, Patel would even mention Bill Gates lobbying against the Epstein files coming out. And it was evidence of blackmailing because Epstein allegedly, would go on to try to blackmail Bill Gates about an affair he was having, an extramarital affair. And this was evidence that Epstein was trying to blackmail one of the richest men in the world at the time. And then in 2025, once he became the FBI director, he changed his tune, saying that it wasn't nothing there to be found as far as evidence of Jeffrey Epstein blackmailing people and doing all these illegal things to maintain his power. Well, what about the other powerful men that were possibly allegedly on those tapes, like Trump? Was he just there being a good friend and laughing and giggling and having a good old time with his buddy Epstein at the time when they were associates? Or was it something, deeper than that? Because many pointed out that why would Patel turn around and say, look, this is what happened. Epstein took himself out and we would not participate in hiding any information about these grotesque activities that Epstein participated in. Well, why was Bill Gates trying to lobby against these files coming out, Patel? Was it just because he was having an extramarital affair? I don't believe that's mainly the reason. I believe it was more than that. And I believe it was more than just Gates lobbying against those files. This would lead up to the government covering up, what happened to Epstein if he was indeed assassinated, to keep him quiet. Because the simple fact that powerful men like Bill Gates and Trump couldn't afford the CST allegations pending with Jeffrey Epstein.
And I've said it, Dan Bongino said it, we've reviewed all the information and the American public is going to get as much as we can release. He killed himself. Do you think, let's play out the logical conclusion of this. Do you think that myself, Bongino, and others would participate in hiding information about Epstein's grotesque activities? Or do you think we would also participate in not prosecuting people we had evidence to prosecute people on? Where's the videotape of an Epstein Island of X, Y, and Z committing these frauds? Why haven't you given it to us? Do you really think I wouldn't give that to you if it existed?
Now, the feud between Trump and Musk, it kicked off the reignition of them releasing more information, even though they said that they would release more information on Epstein, as Bongino said, right? A month before the information was released. But right before that, Musk comes out. Him and Trump has a beef. And Musk says, look, the reason that those files on Epstein haven't all been put out there in totality is because President Donald Trump is in those files. Simple and plain. And that was a bombshell during the back and forth between Trump and Musk fallout that they had between each other. And then that's when the DOJ comes back and they release, the evidence saying that they concluded that they had no evidence that Jeffrey Epstein blackmailed powerful figures or kept a client list or was murdered in that detention center, right? And this was done in a memo. Well, a lot of people were real skeptical about that.
And you're going to get the video of the cell and you're going to see for yourself. And we will never be able to convince everyone. There's just no way that you could have run an op and had people go into that cell and not have any video of it and not have any people come out and say, hey, yeah, I saw that guy. He shouldn't have been there, the guard or this guy. There's just no access points into places like this in the detention center he was in. If they had gotten into the cell, you would see it.
But we were told that the cameras were down.
Well, I don't know who said that.
But that was in the news.
Now, what's absurd is that Patel didn't even know that the cameras wasn't working on that tier that were facing Jeffrey Epstein's cell. Yeah, they were streaming, but they wasn't recording. And Patel acted as if he had no idea, no information on that, but Rogan did. Because yes, they did come out publicly and say that the cameras were not working on that day when Epstein did this heinous act to himself. Now, all of this matters because the findings represent the first time Trump's administration has officially contradicted conspiracy theories about Epstein's activities and his death. Theories that had been pushed by the FBI's two top officials before Trump appointed them to the Bureau. And that's Bongino, and that would also be Patel. And this right here was very telling because the administration was said to be releasing the video both raw and enhanced versions. And we come to find out in the enhanced version, they edited the video, right, of Jeffrey Epstein at that jail facility. And we know this because it was evidence of video editing software left on the screen of the actual surveillance video up until the point where it was edited. And after that, it goes away and goes back to the raw version of this video. And not to mention the 1 minute and a couple of seconds that's actually edited out and missing in that video surveillance. Now, when Patel was pressed by one of those senators at that meeting there, the senator wanted to know, look, did Epstein do this to himself or was he murdered, right? Then Patel would go on to say, well, I believed he did this to himself. Well, do you believe or do you know for a fact, Patel?
But in recent months, FBI Director Kash Patel has testified that Jeffrey Epstein took his own life.
Did Jeffrey Epstein hang himself or did somebody kill him?
Senator, I believe he hung himself in a cell in the Metropolitan Detention Center.
Are you going to release all the information about that?
Senator, we are working through that right now with the Department of Justice.
When do you think you'll have it done, Cash?
I think in the near future, sir.
Like before I die?
Senator, we've been working on that, and we're doing it in a way that protects victims and also doesn't put out into the ether information that is irrelevant for production to the public, such as CSAM.
And when Director Patel says CSAM, he means material.
Now, after that statement, Kash Patel, the FBI director, and Dan Bongino, the FBI deputy, they received a lot of backlash, saying that they were covering up for the Trump administration and what was going on between Trump and those Epstein files.
Kash Patel and Dan Bongino portray MAGA. Kash Patel lies about Epstein and Trump cover-up. Kash Patel covers up Epstein tapes on Rogan.
Now, this wasn't Epstein's first time being accused of these allegations, because back in 2008, when he was arrested, but he was given a secret plea deal to where he wouldn't do no time, and it was a deal that was done by Acosta, right? One of these government officials that did this deal with Epstein to where he wouldn't do no jail time. All he had to do was plead to the prostitution charges, and that's it. But what about the abuse? What about the kids? Wow, this was a huge cover-up already that was in full effect back in 2008, and Acosta was a part of that.
But it also comes back to the point of only two people allegedly, or two people were brought to justice for his crimes, and he was arrested the first time for being engaged in prostitution.
Now, though the report faulted Acosta for his judgment, it concluded that his actions in arranging the deal did not constitute misconduct, and that none of the prosecutors involved committed misconduct in their interactions with the victims. Now, Epstein might have thought he got off easy back in 2008 with that sweetheart deal that he didn't have to plead guilty for those CST allegations, and all he had to do was plead to the lesser charges. Kind of sounds like what the outcome in Diddy trial was, right? And then you had Epstein. He was later charged by federal prosecutors in Manhattan for nearly identical allegations in 2019, years later. But he took his own life while in federal custody as he awaited trial. Acosta said that the Epstein affair was vastly more lurid and sweeping than when he was first involved, and an allusion to some of the high-profile names referenced in media reports as friends or associates of Epstein, and the fact that more evidence has now been assembled as additional victims have come forward. Now, most of those Epstein documents over the past several years have come out of civil litigation between one of Epstein's accusers, Virginia Giuffre, and his former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. And Ghislaine Maxwell lost her appeal last year against her own ST conviction for helping Epstein, young girl. But it's important to know that Ghislaine Maxwell wasn't even involved in that 2008 case of Jeffrey Epstein when he pleaded to that lesser charge of prostitution. No, she didn't become accountable until after, years later, when Epstein was accused in 2019. Okay, now that's when Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted of her role, and it started to come out, more and more clear that, look, she was more involved than people thought. She was even partaking in some of those grotesque activities with Epstein and those minors.
Giselle Maxwell was involved in prostitution. So where are the third parties that were with these victims, and who are they? So the other thing I think they're concerned about is if they bring one or two people to justice, they're going to open up they're going to break the dam, and then there's going to be a public outcry that everybody must go.
Now, that's a good question. Who are the third parties that were involved in these activities? Because information came out, evidence in the trial, that one of the victims said Epstein had showed her that his whole mansion was wired up with video cameras, 40 rooms, and a surveillance room looking at all the rooms and monitoring them in his house. He had these bodyguards, these goons. Yeah, that's right, goons is what they called them, to oversee this. So who was Epstein monitoring in these 40 rooms in his mansion if it was just him and Ghislaine Maxwell partaking in these activities with these minors? That doesn't sound logical, because it had to be other people that he was monitoring in those rooms with those minors, if you ask me, you guys. And they have all the tapes. That's right, the FBI, they have all those tapes. They probably reviewed those tapes. And from what they're saying now, this is, material that can't be released to the public because it involves children. Well, what about the people who are on the videotape abusing those children? Are y'all telling us that nobody else but just Epstein and Maxwell are on those tapes? What about those bodyguards? Why weren't they co-conspirators? They were watching over this surveillance room, watching the activities that were going on in those 40 rooms there at Epstein's mansion. Why wasn't they called to testify? Okay, I mean, this is all very detailing of a cover-up. Ghislaine Maxwell will go on to be prosecuted and convicted and receive 20 years for her role in the Epstein case.
Ghislaine Maxwell will be almost 80 before she feels freedom again. As for prosecutors, it is unclear who is next in their sights.
There were other co-conspirators that helped this, scheme go on for many, many years. So we'll wait to see if the government takes action with them.
And you'd like to see that pursued?
Of course, of course.
This saga is far from over because the and his accomplice did not act alone.
But perhaps the biggest bombshell, investigators say they found no incriminating client list of Epstein's, no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals, and no evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties.
Now, I told you, you'll get a deep understanding once you look at all these findings that I'm presenting. And you see why they came up with, no evidence was found that he blackmailed or had third parties involved with him in this ongoing scheme to keep him in power to abuse these minors. Look, all of that is cap.
And yes, there is a huge volume of information that has not been released to the public. For example, the 302s of when the FBI interviewed victims. Those are generally not released to the public. And so there is information that is out there. But whether or not, as you say, it contains these bombshells. And I think it's also really important, today. Why was it today? This information is in some cases decades old. The DOJ has had access to this information for a very long time. And no one today that I talked to could give me a clear reason about why this happened today, with the exception of one very senior Department of Justice official who said that they perceived the purpose and the timing of this as a distraction from other matters. And I think that is a very, very telling statement.
Now, as you heard, she said that there's evidence. She was told that the release of these Epstein files was a distraction. That's why they were doing it now. Wow. So is that why they did it in phases? To distract here, distract there, and distract again? Maybe so, because she just told us the rundown on why this was happening.
Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Now, in an interview that the FBI deputy Dan Bongino did, he stated that the American people were lied to about COVID-19 when the Biden administration was in office. That's right. He stated that, yeah, it was definitely lies being told about COVID-19 and they were going to expose it, meaning the Trump administration was. So how do we not know that the murder of Epstein wasn't, lied about by the Trump administration? Because clearly, if they lied to the American public about COVID-19 and the severity of that whole issue, how do we, make sure that Trump's administration is not, lying, right, about the whole situation with Epstein and his mysterious death?
Origins, are we going to find out information that the government lied to us?
Damn right you are. We're all over that. The minute I got in there in that job, I said, hey,
they
get everybody
purposely
in here.
lied to the American people. They
Well, you're
purposely
gonna
lied
find
to
out.
us.
Yeah, listen, that's the one I'm the most optimistic about. I was pretty clear on my social media account that I ordered that case immediately to be looked into again. We have a great investigator on it, and I think we should see action on that one shortly.
And for the DOJ to say that, look, there were no third parties involved in any type of wrongdoing that were connected to Epstein's crimes. Well, what about the victims that came forward in Ghislaine Maxwell's case and they testified against her? Those victims didn't name any other people who they seen at the time or that they knew at the time of these crimes going on that were connected to Epstein. No other people, huh? Well, they got interviewed by the FBI. So what I'm thinking is there are other people. These people are powerful men and the government just does not want to out them, allegedly, in my opinion. Now, the report put out by the FBI Digital Forensic Analysis Unit in Quantico, Virginia, didn't help the situation at all when it came to those surveillance videos that were supposed to be watching Jeffrey Epstein's cell. They put out a report saying they received MCC New York's DVR system on August 16, 2019, and that's 6 days after the incident with Epstein, and they began to conduct a forensic analysis on the system. According to FBI forensic reports, DVR2 did not start successfully. I wonder why. And the Digital Forensics Analysis Unit found that the system contained 3 faulty hard drives. And keep in mind, this was going on way before Epstein did this to himself, allegedly. And they said that the FBI forensic reports state that 3 drives were repaired by FBI advanced data recovery specialists, but the DVR was never able to be assembled successfully. The forensic reports further state that an FBI computer scientist and the company One Technician reviewed the DVR2 controller logs and found that there had been previously catastrophic disk failures and no recordings would have been available after July 29th, 2019. And this is, like I said, before the situation with Epstein there at that detention center. Now, in the surveillance video that was released, alleged Epstein could be seen walking, being accompanied by officers back to his cell around 7:49, 7:50 p.m. And they stated that all inmates were locked in their cells by 8 p.m. But at approximately 6:45 p.m. before all that, Epstein leaves the attorney conference room And at approximately 7 p.m., contrary to BOP policy, but with the permission of a unit manager, Epstein is permitted to place an unmonitored phone call to a number with a New York City area code, purportedly to speak with his mother. In actuality, Epstein speaks with someone whom he allegedly had a personal relationship, and they don't say who, but they know who. After the call, Epstein is returned to his cell, where he remains without a cellmate. Now, the officers there, the guards, they were supposed to do 30-minute rounds within the MCC New York SHU, and the indictment further alleged that Noel and Thomas created, those are the guards, certified and submitted false documentation indicating that the counts and rounds had been done as required to conceal their failure to perform their assigned duties. As a result, it appeared that from documentation that prisoners in the SHU, including Epstein, were being regularly monitored. In fact, no CO had checked on Epstein from approximately 10:40 p.m. on August 9, 2019 until approximately 6:30 a.m. on August 10, 2019, when Epstein was found hanging in his cell. And in fact, through review and analysis of the SHU video footage, witness statements, and BOP records, the OIG determined that approximately 10:40 p.m., a CO believed to be Noel carried linen or inmate clothing up to the L tier, which was the last time any CO approached the only entrance to the SHU tier in which Epstein was housed. Now, it doesn't say who she carried the linen or inmate clothing up to in that tier, but did she provide extra linen and clothing to Epstein to basically use to hang himself? Maybe so. Maybe she was unaware that that's what she was doing, but excessive linen and clothing was found in Epstein's jail cell. But wait, there's more. They come back and contradict themselves when the FBI puts out this statement in this conclusion, this final analysis of what happened, saying that Epstein died by ooh-eye, if you know what I mean, and further supported by video footage from the common area of the Special Housing Unit, SHU, where Epstein was housed at the time of his death. As DOJ Inspector General explained that in 2023, anyone entering or attempting to enter the tier where Epstein's cell was located from the SHU common area would have been captured on this footage. The FBI independent review of this footage confirmed that from the time Epstein was locked in the cell around 10:40 p.m. Hold on, you said that all the inmates were locked in their cells by 8 p.m. and that Epstein had went to use the phone around 6:45 to the 7:49, 7:50 mark. That was Epstein being led back up to his cell by officers. So what happened? Why is the FBI now concluding that Epstein was the one that around 10:40 was seen on that footage headed back to his cell to be locked up, when they said Noel was the one that was believed to be seen going up to the tier to drop off extra linen and clothing? So which one was it? Was it Epstein or Noel, the officer on video? I'm confused. Then they stated that Epstein stayed in his cell until 6:30 a.m. till somebody found him the next morning, and nobody had entered any of the tiers in the SHU up until that point. Wow. But as we see on the surveillance video, that's a lie. We see many people coming and going through that SHU, and like I said earlier, a hooded individual was also on that footage. And many people said, well, hoods aren't allowed to be worn in that facility, which I believe could very well be true. Now, they also concluded this review with the FBI enhanced the relevant footage by increasing its contrast, balancing the color, and improving its sharpness for greater clarity and viewability. The full raw and enhanced videos are available online as well, and many are pointing out that even though it's two versions available online, both of those versions have a minute missing from them at the same mark, around the 11:58 to 12 o'clock mark. Okay, so this right here lets us know that during that time of midnight, from 11:58, a couple of seconds, to 12 o'clock midnight, both of these videos are missing that footage. What happened between that time? Who was going and coming between that time? Because that could very well explain what happened to Epstein. Now, as if Jeffrey Epstein's death wasn't suspicious enough, one of the accusers, Virginia Giuffre, who had won a sexual assault lawsuit against Prince Andrew in 2022, was found dead at her home in Western Australia on April 25th. And her came less than a month after she posted on Instagram that she had been in a road accident and had 4 days to live due to kidney renal failure. So she took her own life even though she only had 4 days to live? Doesn't sound logical, right? If you're going to die naturally, why take your own life? Now, they say that Virginia was going through a ongoing custody battle with her ex-husband with these 3 kids they had together. Obviously, he had the kids and she was trying to get them back or something to that effect. And if she had just won this lawsuit, right, in 2022 against Prince Andrew for an undisclosed amount of money, why couldn't she get her kids back? She had all this money now, right? So it was something there that was very suspicious that was going on leading up to her death. But in my findings, in my research that I just concluded with you guys on this Epstein case, it seems like this whole case of Epstein was very much covered up and suspicious and mysterious in its own way, because now we have a situation where they're saying, look, nothing was found, no evidence of co-conspirators, no bribery, no blackmail was done, right? Only Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and maybe Prince Andrew, right, who settled out of court with Virginia Giuffre, were probably the only ones who had the finger pointed at them. But as we know, Prince Andrew didn't do any time, right? He just paid off that lawsuit with Virginia. Then all of a sudden, she ended up dead years later. Wow. As in all these cases of Uwa-Ide, if you follow me, they're very vague because they said that Virginia did this to herself at her farm out there in Australia, okay? Now, was she by herself? Was it other people there? I mean, they don't go into detail when stuff like this occurs. And this is always a problem, right? Because we are left in the dark, we're left in suspense as to what happened. And that's how conspiracy theories start forming, you guys. How did Virginia Giuffre do this to herself? They never even explained that. So we still have so many unanswered questions, you guys. But all they told us is back in April of this year, 2025, she was found unalive. Between 12 million and 16.5 million is what, some reported that she could have possibly gained from that lawsuit with Prince Andrews. And even the Queen donated $2 million more to her charity on fighting CST, if you know what I mean. Now, that alone should tell us a lot. What happened to all that money after Virginia apparently, allegedly, offed herself? Did it go to her kids? Did it go to her husband? Who knows? That wasn't disclosed neither. But they did tell us who was present when Epstein allegedly took himself out. Those guards, Noel, Thomas, and all the rest of them that we seen on surveillance camera that wasn't accounted for in the documentation. They know if somebody came in there in that tier, right, did something to Epstein or not. Why weren't they questioned thoroughly, right? Or maybe they were, and this is how the cover-up works. Nobody's talking. So y'all get in the comment section, and y'all let me know what y'all think about this entire situation. And until the next time, this is OG Jacario TV with the latest in rap, hip-hop, celebrity, and urban news.
You're watching the Rundown Podcast. I appreciate everybody for spending with me. I appreciate all my subscribers for sliding with your boy every time. And say, hey man, keep hitting that like button, keep hitting that subscribe button, and look, turn on post notification so we can slide whenever I get the drop. You already know what it is, man. It's deeper than Buddha, you hear me? And guess what? I'm gone.
Man, I tell you, that is just some crazy stuff, boy. These people have done some deviant, devilish, and demonic madness. And as you can see now, people, you pretty much got a good sense as to what's happening here. Our own government is literally trying to cover up the deviant, devilish, and demonic madness that these people have been doing for the longest time. And this man literally just broke it down. I love the commentary, and I love, how he had pretty much, intertwined his commentary with the photos and videos and things. Now, I can't do a scripted live like that and things, but I'm getting better at what I'm doing, because I'm always impromptu. I like to talk about the things as I'm going along. That just makes things a whole lot better, when you can just speak on the fly and things. And I must say, I've been sitting back here, and I have literally been watching the last live that I did on last night. And damn, I went 5.5 hours straight on my live, talking through the whole entire live without showing not one picture. No, I showed one picture because I did the phone picture and stuff. But I'm really impressed. I am really impressed. And the people came out. So I see that you guys are all wanting to hear about the Kenneka Jenkins case. Now, like I said, I got some new information about that and things. I don't want to make this all Kenneka, right now. But I see that that's where the interest is and stuff, because you guys came out with numbers, and I'm sitting back and I'm just like totally amazed. So it's a beautiful thing. But we're here, we're live, we're now. We're talking about all of these different cases and things. We covered the Sandra Bland case, and today makes the 10-year anniversary of Sandra Bland death. And I was mentioning that to my moderators yesterday, and her name came up in my mind and things. And I said, well, okay, let me go talk about Sandra Bland, not knowing that today was the 10th anniversary of her death. I did not know that. That ain't nothing but God. I mean, I'm telling you, people, when the Lord gives me things and he set things upon my heart to do, oh my God, I got to talk about it. I literally got to talk about it. I had absolutely no clue it was the 10th year anniversary to the day, the exact day that she died 10 years ago. And I said, that's truly amazing. So that just lets you know how in tune I am and things, and, covering all of these cases and stuff, because I don't want the people to forget these people who have passed away. My channel will be a channel to cover all of these cases and resurface it and talk about it, to continue to keep bringing awareness to it and things. I have an awesome crew here, people. So I have an awesome crew, all of my moderators. Now, some of my moderators, they have reached out to me. They let me know, their circumstances and things. And I get it. I understand. And, life is what it is. And you can't all the time be here. But my other moderators, it is absolutely no excuse. Absolutely no excuse. And I know that you've been here forever and a day, and you're missing in action. And don't think that I don't see it. And I haven't been saying anything and stuff, and I haven't taken action because I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt and stuff. But no, let me just go ahead and just be frank, and let me just say it, peoples, because see, I don't sugarcoat shit. I really don't. I don't sugarcoat shit, and it ain't no need for me to go and sugarcoat this now and stuff. Some of you have literally been here and you've been chiming out in the chat and things, and you've been consistent with it and whatnot. It's not until I did the mandate and asked my moderators to come to the Facebook channel group and stuff and chime out, and it's been going really good, because see, one thing I want all of my moderators to do is really get to know each other. You politic with me, it is no reason why you couldn't politic with each other and things. Set aside the bullshit and the nonsense. Whatever fucking happened in the past, that's in the goddamn past. Is that all right, peoples? I politic with everybody. I fell out with everybody. We had a fallout and all like this, but God damn it, we ain't got to keep all of this and keep hashing this bullshit forever and a day and keeping it, hindering us from doing what we're doing. The numbers is looking good. We're doing good. We're moving up, peoples. Everybody's coming in and everybody is participating in their own unique way. And I got me some badass moderators, you know what I'm saying? And there is no way that I'm ever going to allow anything to come between us. Now, I talk to each and every one of them every day, and we got a good relationship. Now, I want my moderators to form a good bond with each other and things, because we're all in this thing together. It doesn't look right, and it's not right if we can't collaborate with each other, holding on to shit that happened way back when and things. That's in the past, peoples. That's in the past. So my thing is, if we all cannot come together, well, then it ain't no need for us to, do you understand what I'm saying? Together we stand, but divided we fall. And if we're going to be divided, I don't want to talk to this person, I don't want to talk to that person, all because of whatever. Set that madness aside, peoples. Set that madness aside. I'm going to politic whoever that I want to politic with, and nobody's going to stop that. I don't care if we had a fallout, blowout, or whatever and stuff. At the end of the day, all of this shit is internet. And internet should never affect your life. It should never affect your quality of life. It should never affect what you do off the airways. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And so the thing is, peoples, I'm not going to sit and watch somebody's live that's going to be vilifying me when I know that they're going to be vilifying me. That's stupid. It is 24 hours in a day. You expect me to come off of work, drive at least 2 hours into traffic, turn on my computer, and then look at a live when somebody vilify me, and then I go and respond just because they've been saying something things about me? People, that shit is for the birds. People like drama. I don't like drama. I never did like drama. You come for me, I'll come for you. But then I also have to realize I have a choice. The Bible tells us, resist the devil and he will flee from thee. Draw nigh unto God and he will draw nigh unto you. So resisting the devil means ignoring all of the madness. So if I don't watch what they do on their channel, it can't affect me. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if it's not affecting me, it shouldn't affect you. So now if you watch it, that's on you. And I really don't give two rat's asses what they say about me, because see, the thing is, I'm coming up in numbers, peoples. I'm making a change. I'm weaning off the Kenneka Jenkins case, and I'm talking about other cases and things. But I do understand and I recognize, and you're telling me that Kenneka will always be a part of this channel. Okay, I get it. And we're going to talk about her. But also in talking about her, I'm going to talk about other cases. And so even if I just get one or two people to watch the live and stuff, hey, I'm satisfied with that. Because at the end of the day, peoples, it ain't all about Kenneka. I get it. I did her for about 7.5 years. It's time to move up and to move on. And it's time for me to go ahead and look at other cases and things. And I know you guys some hardcore people, boy. I tell you, you guys are some hardcore people. But at the end of the day, regardless of whatever I talk about, I know you love me because you're still here and you still watch. And I appreciate that. But one thing I wanted to get out there is simply this. Moderators, I see who you are. You haven't been back. And I'm very deterred behind that and stuff. And I'm trying to be a lot patient and be a lot understanding. But time is running out. I look at behaviors, peoples. I look at behaviors. I look at things people say and what people do. And that gives me a sense as to, how they are and stuff. because some of you people, I don't know from Adam. All I know is just for the actions that you do in the channel and things. And it's unbecoming for many of you to be missing in action for this long and stuff. And, you know, I'm kind of like, okay, so what's the dealio? What's up? Let's keep it real. Let's keep it 100. What's going on? I mean, you don't like the content? Is it that you don't like somebody, or you don't like what I said? You know, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, to be frank with you, it was your choice to come. And I'm trying to keep it your choice to stay here, or make it your choice to leave. You know, either way, it is what it is. Edward Joseph will not change for nobody. I'm not going to bow down to nobody. I'm not going to bend down to nobody. And I'm not going to be subservient to anybody. And if anybody in this live don't like what I say, or how I say it, or the way that I say it, or whatever the case may be, you can get out of here and you don't have to come back. Do you understand, peoples? You know? And then drama will not be tolerated on my life, period. Don't give a F who you are. So let's keep it rolling 100, people. So let's keep it a buck. You know, I love what we do. And I'm getting good at what I do. You know, as you can see, I'm interchanging in between videos and stuff and trying to keep the commentary going and stuff. And you know, really just do the impromptu, and it's paying dividends. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it to the hilt what my moderators do. Brazy Certified World Media, he was the one had put this thumbnail together, and this shit is off the chain. But I had to fill the, you know, I had to fill in the other spaces and stuff, because the way that it was formed, you know, is it just fits into the YouTube thumbnail, but you know, you have that extra space. So I had to put the background, and I said, well, what I'm going to do on the sites and stuff, because, you know, I got to fill it up and things. Now, if I was able to stretch a picture out and make it form and make it fill to the particular YouTube thumbnail, then that would have just been great by itself. But it worked out. It worked out just absolutely fantastic, peoples. And I appreciate him. I appreciate Gina to you, because she is a wealth of information. You know what? I mean, we talk every day. You know, we talk every day, and we just talk about life. Me and Brazy Certified World Media, we talk about life. Me and Island Girl, you know, she's going through some things and whatnot, but we talk whenever we can and things and stuff. So these are people who I forged a significant bond with. Do you understand what I'm saying? You know, it's just like they're my extended family and things. And I appreciate that. I appreciate all of the contributions that they made. Now, you guys don't see Little Bo Peep, or 82 as you call her and stuff, but she'll be back. You know, she's just going through a little whatevers and stuff, but she'll be back and things. And then the other moderators, they already reached out to me. So, you know, it's just a couple of moderators that I have a little concern about. And I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt, and trying to just kind of like, okay, so, you know, this just is one of those things about life and whatnot. And I'm not expecting everybody to be here every time I go live and, you know, to do this and that and the other. No, I'm not expecting that. But what I am expecting is, as you are moderator of this channel, you know, to be in here, and while you're here, chime out and call out the hilarious and nefarious. We keep it a buck. I shouldn't have to do anything and stuff. I'm all the time, whenever I go live and you see a long video playing, I'm working behind the scenes to, you know, ramp up to the next segment on the live, to where I can just, you know, go ahead and get some juicies to what we can talk about, you know, and keep the experience alive and things. And so, you know, if I'm not speaking when you guys come in, that means I am busy. And I'm busy. I'm always busy. I'm always busy doing something, because I'm all the time about the live. You know, whenever I go live, I take this shit as serious as I possibly can. and I want to do my best to try to give you the best experience that I can and stuff. Now, I'm not like all of the other YouTubers. I'm just unique. I'm just different. I'm just who I am. But I love what I do, and I take seriously what I do. And I don't want nobody to, put a monkey wrench in the things that I do. My channel is growing. It's building up. I'm testing out different things and stuff. I'm testing out a new platform, a new forum, a new way of doing things and stuff. And the only way I'm going to get better at it is I got to keep practicing. I got to keep practicing, and I got to just keep doing what I do and stuff. But as I talk about these cases and stuff, I'm learning more about the people. I'm learning more about the situation and stuff, and that's what it is. Now, I can talk until I'm blue in the face, because I'm a great speaker and whatnot. But I want to get more engaged with the content that I am talking about. And I just don't show everything on my live. I'm just not that type of person that's just, okay, I see this. Yeah, I'm just going to show that. No, there's certain things that I look for and whatnot. And it may be some things that you may not like, but that's okay. That's okay. Because as I grow, you grow, But at the end of the day, I have to be the one to make the decision. Okay, well, this is going to come up and this is not. And if you're here to watch it, hey, that's all good. And if you don't want to watch it, well, hey, you got thousands of other channels that you can watch. I'm not going to cry, whimper, and wail because you're not here. Because at the end of the day, I know you're coming back. And I know you're going to watch, And that's just the way that it is, peoples. It's not like I don't have a I don't care attitude. No, because I care. I care. I love everybody who comes in here, and I greatly appreciate everything that you do and stuff, whether you chime out or whether you watch the channel or whatever. But at the end of the day, peoples, I just have to keep it real and 100 and, keep it to the degree to whereas I won't allow you to affect me. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you like the content, fine, but if you don't, well then, there's somebody else to watch and stuff. And then just come back at a time to when I'm talking about something that you're interested in and stuff. That's cool. I'm fine with that. But on the flip side of that, if it's something that you don't like, don't come into my live nefarious. That's the shit that pisses me off. Now you're more than free to speak your piece and, say what you say and stuff, but then just understand and be cognizant of other people and of the host, which is me and stuff, and be respectful. That's all. Now I called up this bot. I don't know how to get rid of it. I signed up offline and things, and it got connected to my channel and stuff, and it does this thing. It only chimes out at times and stuff. Not every time, but only when it feels necessary to do so. Don't get offended by what it says, because that's all it is a bot. It's going to do what it do and things. So when it calls you out and stuff, well, then you said something or did something to trigger it to come up, and it may just keep chiming out every time that you speak. So it is what it is. So it's just going to be a part of Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, because like I say, I don't know how to get rid of it and whatnot, but maybe that's a good thing. Maybe, it doesn't chime out all the time, but it only chimes out when it deems necessary to do so. Is that all right, peoples? All right. So I see that this young lady had came in, Cheryl Jimenez. And Cheryl Jimenez, hello, Cheryl Jimenez. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Cheryl Jimenez has said Sean Combs put that woman on Chris to set him up. And then Cheryl Jimenez says, remember, Buster don't like women. Yeah, you're right. Buster don't like women. He definitely don't, peoples. Buster do not like women, because he's a buster and he's rhyming on the men. But hey, You know, I don't float that boat like that and stuff. But I don't know Buster either. You know, but man, some of the things that I heard about Buster, you know, hey. But like I say, people, you can say what you say about these people. I don't know them. I don't know them. The only thing I can do is just showcase what the people said about them. And if the people is chiming out about them, well, then you already know my stance. It's clearly this. It's something that they said or it's something that they did that triggered these people to call them out. And so if that be the case, then, you know, that's what it is. That's the case. You know? So Cheated to you has said you should have named that bot Charlie. I can't name it. I saw it up on Tiffany Draper's channel and I said, oh, okay, well, you know, I want to get that on my channel and stuff. And so I searched and finally I found the right one. And then I caught it up. And then after that, it's been with me ever since. And you know, sometimes it chimes out and most of the time it doesn't. It just only get triggered when, you know, some of the people come in and just some of the things that they say. I know Little Bo Peep was going back and forth with it at one point, but I tried to tell her it's a bot. It you know, it's not a real person. It's just a thing that is an extension to the live and stuff. But I don't think well, even if I can figure out how to get rid of it, I don't think I'm going to get rid of it because it's funny to me, you know. But yeah, sometimes it'll chime on at the not the appropriate time, and it kind of made people feel some type of way. But hey, just wanted to let you guys know that's what it is, and that's what it is. I see my other people came in to the house. Hello, Brazy Certified World Media. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Brazy Certified World Media says, hey, everyone. And then my other people came in the house. Hello, Island Girl 49. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Island Girl 49 says, hi. And Island Girl has said, Gina, everything is good. All right, peoples, we're going to go to the second segment of our live on today. You know, like I say, my condolences to the Sandra Bland family. You know, they were able to recoup, or maybe not recoup, but they were able to get a settlement and stuff for the death of Sandra Bland. So, you know, they're living pretty good as far as financially is concerned. But every day at this particular time, you know, they're going back to remember their loved one. And like I said, it wasn't nothing but God that had me to even think about her and stuff. Because like I said, I want to touch upon all of our Black brothers and sisters who had passed on by the hands of these deviant, devilish, and demonic people. Do you understand what I'm saying? All of these unexplained deaths and things, and then bring awareness to the people who has been coming up missing on a daily. You know, and as time goes by, people, I'm going to develop a special tribute. Now, Breezy Certified World Media had said that no matter what you do, start making some shorts and some little infomercials and things. And I have the tools to do it. I just have to find the time to do it. And so I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I see already how the people are putting things together and whatnot. And the more content that you guys put in the group, the more that I can draw from that and things that I can start making some infomercials and things and start doing what these people are doing here when they do their lives and stuff. So, you know, I can piece some things together and whatnot. And I can give a narrative to it as I see it, you know, and just do it live instead of having a pre-scripted thing and whatnot, which is really good. And I'm getting better. I'm getting better at my editing software and stuff. I'm reading and I'm looking at a lot of the training videos and stuff. And behind the scenes, I'm testing out different things and stuff, because beforehand I used to go and put things together while I'm live and stuff, so you guys can see how I create things and stuff. But now I'm into the advanced part of the training videos and stuff, and it's incredible because the way that I've been doing things the long way, it just shortens the time for me to put some wonderful creations together. And so, within a couple of weeks, peoples, I'm going to put my first intro to Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, and it's going to be badass, but it's going to be my creation, and it's going to be good, peoples, and it's going to just kind of be an intro to my live, and I'm gonna play that each and every time I come live and things. Or I'm going to play an intro to the lives that I going to be talking about, the subject matters and things. And then I'm going to be bringing back the times to when I sit in my car and I hype up the live and whatnot, and then I come back home and talk about it. And I've learned that from the Kenneka Jenkins case. Go and sit in my car and have a kind of like a prelude as to what's to come and things, and that has always paid off dividends and stuff. And so I'm going to bring that back. So as time goes by, people's, I'm learning and I'm getting better at it, and it's a wonderful experience. And see, this is a way for the people to get to know me, and it's for me to get to understand and see what is it that the people really want to see, and that's how that's how the big channels had grew and stuff. And so I'm just going to keep pumping it out there and keep pumping it out there, keep pumping out there. I'm testing, I'm looking at the analytics. I'm trying to see what topics, what videos really work best, and what, kind of like needs improvements and things. But I already know there's one topic that I will just get astronomical views, and that is Kenneka Jenkins. I guess I am the Kenneka Jenkins guru, because I grew my channel based upon her case. But we're going to take a different approach. Instead of me giving my narrative, I'm going to formulate it in such a way as to you, the people, can chime out to see exactly what it is that you believe. For 7+ years, I told you what I believe. And for 7+ years, I've had explained in great detail why I believe it. Now I want to change it to whereas we're going to take a look at some other things and stuff. And, we're going to do a couple of lives, and we're just going to focus upon each establishment, whether it be the Crown Plaza, whether it be the Marriott, whether it be the DoubleTree. And we're going to go and take an in-depth analysis as to how all of these things could have taken place at these establishments. We're going to go back and we're going to put to the test these other people's narratives and see, is it plausible? Is it reasonable? Because see, it really doesn't matter what the people say. At the end of the day, you got to incorporate everything. You can't leave nothing out. You got to incorporate the mantra from the kids. You got to incorporate the case files. You got to incorporate the videos. You can't develop a narrative just only based upon one certain aspect of what you want to focus upon. No. It doesn't work that way. That's not how a case is built. You got to look at the overall picture and that of what you believe has to fit in the parameters of the overall picture. Because if it doesn't, and you just take a slice or sliver out of the pie, well, it doesn't work, because everybody can't take a piece of that pie, because you only took a sliver and you threw everything away. So it ain't nothing left for the people to consume. So while you got the whole pie, slice it up to where everybody can have a piece of it and everybody can enjoy and everybody can be able to get a greater understanding as to what you're trying to convey. I get it. You're passionate. I get it. I'm passionate too in things. But even in our passion peoples, we have to learn how to be respectful of each other's opinions, thoughts, and views, and not get so overbearing to where we're over talking the other person and not listen. It is important to listen, peoples. It's very important to listen, because when you listen, you learn, and you got to learn to listen. And then most importantly, peoples, you got to understand this is internet. Everybody's entitled to their opinions. And people shouldn't have to be vilified for the things that they speak. I'm learning that. Now I'm guilty. I'm guilty. I'm guilty of calling out these hilarious and nefarious people for the madness I believe that they're saying. Because when I process this in my mind and I try to analyze it in my mind, it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me. And so this is why I'll call them out to help me to make it make sense, so I can have a greater understanding as to what they are trying to convey. That's all. That's all. That's it. That's all that I do, peoples. But then I find myself vilifying these people and things and stuff. But I don't go beyond that, peoples. So yeah, I may say, yeah, these people was hilarious and nefarious and stuff, but you got to understand between internet and kind of like ramping up a little bit and having a little contentiousness when you are doing your lives and things. Now, I noticed that a lot of other content creators, just that they just talk about it and stuff. They don't go the way that I do and, call people hilarious and nefarious or crazy or whatever, and so on and so forth. Well, like I say, I'm different. I do my lives differently. If that's what I want to say, that's what I want to say. I'm not going to mimic myself based upon what other people's do. That's what makes me so unique and so different. And that's just the way that I do it, But I give everybody an opportunity to come speak and to come and share because they care, or share because they believe that they know. And it's at that point in time, if they're on my panel, no, I'm not going to say nothing crazy about them. I'm not going to call them out all their name, because I want to hear what they have to say. But on the same token, peoples, I'm not going to take your shit either. Because if you come in and you come in the wrong way and you come in talking all of that crazy madness, oh, most definitely, I'm going to have something to say. And it's not going to be nice. And I'm going to throw you under the bus. Do you understand what I'm saying? I will never disrespect anybody on my panel. But if you come disrespectfully, well, then, just expect it to be disrespected. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then if you still don't change your ways, then you're going to have your ass ejected out of here for all eternity. Never to come back again under that assumed name that you gave yourself. So you have to come with another name and stuff. And then a different name. I'll give you another opportunity. And then if you still come hilarious and nefarious, well, then I'm going to block your ass up on that too for all eternity. And then we're just going to keep the cycle going. I don't want to immediately block people, but I give you a warning. The Bible teaches us warning comes before destruction. So you will have your warning, but there's no reason and there's no need for anybody to come in to this live and disrupt this live with your hilarious and nefarious mantra. Take that shit somewhere else, to somebody else's channel and things. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? See, a lot of people tell me, Edward Joseph, you have changed a lot. You got a lot calmer, and you got a lot focused and stuff. Okay, I appreciate that. But bear in mind, Edward Joseph, that other side of him still lies dormant. You know, the one that was unleashed during the Kanika Jenkins case, because shit, I had people come in right and left. You made that monster, and that monster is lying dormant, but that monster can come back. So don't provoke it to come out. You don't start no stuff, it won't be no stuff. Is that all right, peoples? All right, so we're going to go, and now we're going to transition into Jay-Z, peoples. I said we're going to transition into Jay-Z, and we're going to take a look at what Jay-Z has been doing and why has he been doing it. And we're going to talk about Clive Davis too, peoples. You know, we're going to talk about Diddy and Clive Davis because, you know, they are part of all of this too, this whole group, you know. But we are going to take a look at Jay-Z and his alleged son, the one who has brought this lawsuit, peoples. You know, it's a crying shame, peoples. And you know, I'm a father, and it kind of pisses me off. Well, no, let me just be honest. It does piss me off, peoples, to see Jay-Z acting a damn ass when it comes down to this young man. It's not right and it's not fair, peoples. You know, it's certainly not right and it's not fair. But I get it and I understand. You know, Jay-Z is his own man. He can say what he want to say and he can do what he want to do. Yeah, right. You're right about that. He's true. You know, he doesn't have to conform to what Edward Joseph likes or thinks and things. Do you understand what I'm saying? You know, but frankly, hey, I really don't give two rats' asses, peoples, because at the end of the day, you know, doesn't matter what I say or what I feel and stuff. The courts is going to make his tail, you know, come out and do what he should have done a while back. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And so, you know, that's what it is, peoples. That is what it is. So I'm just getting something caught up. So you guys just give me a moment. I've been trying to do this when the other video was playing, but I didn't get a chance to finish what I was trying to do. So we're going to take a look at this, peoples. We're going to take a look and see what a lot of these content creators had stated and stuff, you know, because like I say, peoples, I've always liked to give a second opinion upon things, you know. And I always like to get a second opinion upon what the people are saying and all. Because I'm not going to be here. I'm never going to come onto my live and pretend that I know it all, because I don't. I really don't. But I'm always going to keep it open for the people to come and conversate, to explain and express why they feel such a way about the topics that I'm bringing in things. And yeah, sometimes I'll express my true personal feelings and stuff. And sometimes these cases that I talk about is very triggering and whatnot. But that's a good thing. It's a good thing. So yeah, I'll go on my rants and stuff, but I'm not directing it to any of you. It's just me having to express myself in such a way and stuff, because man, I tell you, you know, it's hard to be a content creator, peoples, because you go through so many different emotions when you're looking at this. And this is one of the reasons why I don't watch a lot of people's channels, because I get triggered by the things that is being saying or the things that is being done. I really get triggered. And, you know, this is why I don't go on other people's panels and stuff, because, you know, I'm just different. I'll ask a lot of questions. My voice get raised, and you know, and things like that. And I tend to get a little aggressive and stuff. And a lot of these people, they can't handle that. You know, it's not that I'm being disrespectful. It's just that, you know, I can be okay. So this is not even working. So I need to get me a new. A powerful charger, because I tried to use this cord to charge up my phone, and instead of charging it up, is just allowing the battery to drain. So I got to get a powerful end cap for the charger. Yeah, but like I say, I get triggered, and when I get triggered, my voice starts to raise, and I tend to kind of get a little bit, and stuff, and it just catches the people off guard because they're not used to that, but that's okay. I mean, I'm still going to do what I do. But peoples, let me go ahead and let me share this live right here, peoples, and let's listen in to what they had to say about Jay-Z and his son, peoples. Very interesting commentary. Very interesting. Jay-Z's son, secret son revealed.
Wholeheartedly that Jay's your father. I really do. And if it's not, why you can't prove me wrong? Like it's not far as a proving me wrong thing. It's go to the courtroom and basically do what everybody else would have to do.
Yeah. Are you scared for your life? It's unfortunate that you were shot at. I'm glad that you were okay from that. Do you think that was a situation where you were targeted? And if so, are you scared for your life?
No, I'm not scared for my life. I mean, it was a scary situation. And I'm not pointing no fingers. I'm just asking everybody, all the judges or anybody who's working on the case, to do what's right and do their job the correct way, even if you overlook something or didn't see something. Everybody makes mistakes, as I said before, but it's time to actually do your job and look at everything and get it correct.
A federal judge ordered Jay-Z to take a paternity test. Less than 48 hours later, his alleged son's car was sprayed with bullets. This wasn't a coincidence, it was a warning. And the message was crystal clear: stay quiet or else. But this isn't just street drama. This is a legal war, a media cover-up, and a billion-dollar empire trying to shut one man down before the truth ruins everything. In 1992, Jay-Z allegedly hooked up with a 16-year-old girl named Wanda Satterthwaite, who the streets called Precious. They had a quick hookup, protected, but not protected enough. She later said the condom broke, so she got pregnant. And from that point on, her entire life became a battlefield because Jay-Z just vanished. She couldn't reach him. There was no Instagram, no cell phones, no team of stylists tracking his every move. She never saw him again, and she was only 16. When she gave birth, Wanda was literally unconscious in the hospital bed. And that's when her boyfriend at the time, Robert Graves, signed the birth certificate. According to people close to Wanda, Robert knew that child wasn't his, but he signed anyway to collect extra government benefits like food stamps. And here's where the trauma starts to compound. When Rymir was 8 years old, Wanda sat him down and told him the truth. Jay-Z is your father.
I was 7. My mom had to sit down with me. I guess she thought I was old enough to know now, and she been saying Sean Carter, that's what she was calling him at first before she was calling it Jay-Z, and I really didn't know who that was because I was young and had my little brother, and I really wasn't worrying about it. She was saying it a lot, but I really just was going along with the person I was just seeing, like the person I looked at who was taking care of me at that time. I really wasn't really trying to understand what my mom was talking about, but she constantly put it in my head like, son, it's not your father, and I really want you to know it is. This person is your father.
She never
You were okay from that. Do you think that was a situation where you were targeted? And if so, are you scared for your life?
No, I'm not scared for my life. I mean, it was a scary situation. And I'm not pointing no fingers. I'm just asking everybody, all the judges or anybody who's working on the case, to do what's right and do their job the correct way, even if you overlook something or didn't see something. Everybody makes mistakes, as I said before, but it's time to actually do your job and look at everything and get it correct.
A federal
Wow, peoples. Look at this. The girl was only 16. Another case of Epstein, only 16. And she got pregnant. She was 16 and he was a lot older. And he had a baby. And he chose not to take care of him. But another man stepped up to the plate to do what, whether it was right, whether it was wrong, that's up to you to decide. how you feel and stuff, but she was only 16, peoples. And so by her only being 16, what does that make Jay-Z? Do you understand what I'm saying? And so whether the people want to speak that word or that term or not, it is what it is. She was only 116. You know, she was 16, peoples. And so if it is confirmed officially through the courts that she was only 16 and Jay-Z was at the age that he was and he had a baby, well, I wish I can play that song by Kendrick Lamar. They not like us. 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 Peoples, that makes Jay-Z a pedicure. That makes him a pedicure. He's touching the toes. And he's messing with the... No, but I ain't going to call her that. Because she's not that, peoples. But that makes him a pedicure. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so it will be official that Jay-Z is a pedicure. Yep. That makes him a pedicure, peoples. And so by him being a pedicure, you know what that says, peoples? It makes it look bad for him because one, she was only 16. And then by her being 16, all of the other 16ers come out and then they want a DNA test and they say Jay-Z is the father. Do you understand what I'm saying? You see the implications that's going to happen because, see, everybody else is quiet that has babies by Jay-Z. But if this DNA test comes out to show that Jay-Z is the father, do you know what is about to happen, peoples? All of these people is going to come out that has a baby by J to the Z. And guess what's going to happen, peoples? The floodgates is going to open and it's just going to be like another Diddy. Because, you know, when Cassidy Ventura had filed that lawsuit up against them and then he ended up coming to settle, well, the floodgates is going to open and all of these girls that Jay-Z had messed with is going to come out. And somewhere or another, the criminal charges is going to come. You know, they did it to Epstein. Why can't they do it to Jay-Z? Do you understand what I'm saying, people? And so they're going to start making a song about Jay-Z. Jay-Z the pedicure. Jay-Z the pedicure. But you take the cure off the petty. You know? Take the cure off the petty, and that's what makes Jay-Z that. You know what I'm saying, peoples? So the floodgates is going to open up, and it's going to be all bad for Jay-Z, and it's going to be bad for the brand. It's going to be bad for business, and it's going to be bad for Beyonce, because Jay-Z had messed with the youngin' and ended up getting the youngin' pregnant. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not to say that he has any tendencies like that today and stuff. Nobody's saying that. But what it is saying is that he loved the youngins. And so, you know, he took out his fire hose and, you know, he injected the water and tried to put out the fire. But you know, it's just like having a machine that pumps up the tire. He pumped her up. You know, he did that. He did that. That was by his actions. And Edward Joseph didn't say that. It was the young lady who said, he did that to me. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so then what's going to happen is all of these allegations that these people have been holding on forever and a day, they're going to come out, just like the Epstein's files. Remember what Bondi had said. Bondi had said that they have thousands of videos of Epstein being with the children and a child. Well, back then, in those days, I don't think that they had cell phones and, all like that to where you can be recording things, but the people know who he's been with. The public know who he's been with. And at some point in time, the innuendos and rumors will come out. And so just because of one person, that is making this bold stand and this bold claim and stuff, well, then Goliath is going to come falling down because his son is David. David, a man after God's own heart. David, the fighter. David, the little boy who took a slingshot and knocked the giant down and knocked him out, killed him. But it was the power in the rock. It was the power in the rock that had took the giant down. Jesus is the rock of my salvation. But see, Jesus was in the rock that David had in the slingshot. And when David had retracted the slingshot back and he had released it, the rock had took down the giant. And so because the young man is just like David, God is with the young man. He's protecting him. He said, yea, though I walk through the shadows of the valley of death, I shall fear no evil. What happened? His car got shot up as a strict warning. Thou preparest the table in the presence of my enemies. Well, what happens? He's walking into court and he's standing tall and firm, and he is asserting that J to the Z is my father. And so he's coming into court and he's saying, J to the Z is my father. And so I need clarification. I need amplification. I need verification. And so that's what he's going to get. And so he is preparing his table in the presence of his enemies. So all he's doing now is just sitting back because the court had says, hey, J to the Z, you have to take the test. And so now his cup runneth over, peoples. And see, this is the promise of the Lord. He said, surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all of the days of my life. And so the goodness is that, hey, finally we have a judge that had not, cannot, shall not, will not, and won't be bought by the powers that be. And so the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the omnipotent one, the merciful one, is granted him mercy and has granted him grace. And has heard his plea. And he said, no longer will these people be able to subvert the responsibility. J to the Z has to pay up. And then whatever happens after that, well, then J to the Z will be labeled a pedicure. And then watch his empire come a tumbling down. And the walls come a tumbling down. And so, it's funny because his car gets shot up and stuff, and all like this. So they're playing games on them. That they're letting them know, if you continue to keep doing this, well, then we're going to take you out of here. Well, I surmise to you people that God is with this young man, and no hurt, harm, or danger shall ever come to him. I don't care how long, I don't care how loud, I don't care how obnoxious these people are, because they took a lot of other people out. They took Whitney Houston out. We're going to talk about that. They took Prince. They took Michael Jackson. You know, they took Aaliyah. They took Left Eye Lopez. They took a lot of these people out, but they will not be able to take this young man out. Why? Because God's protection is all around him. If any hair of his head was going to be harmed, it would have been so. Peoples, you heard what he said, and it came from his lips, not mine. Edward Joseph never said that. He said, I am not fearful. All I want to know is if the man is my father. And so if the man wasn't his father, well, then all of these things wouldn't have been happening to him, right, peoples? I mean, think about it. If J to the Z wasn't his father, well, then all of these things that is happening around him and to him wouldn't be happening. But do you think that J to the Z is just that stupid and just that foolish to go ahead and try to take this boy out, all because he's seeking a paternity test? If anything happens to him, all hell is going to break loose. Because see, J to the Z, his money can never, ever buy him peace. But see, the young man ain't got to worry about that, because God is his protector. You know, Beyonce sung that song, I will be your protector. And she's talking about Remini. Well, who's going to be this young man's protector? A father wants to take out his child all because he doesn't want to acknowledge him, and he wants to protect his empire. All right, peoples, it ain't going to happen. I tell you that. I tell you that. This is why I don't worry about walking through this life and things and stuff, and all of the people who say all of this salacious madness about me, and they think that they're going to do things to me. Never will a hair on my head be ever harmed, because God is my protector. And I don't need Beyonce to sing a song for me, protector, to try to protect me. Because see, that song cannot protect nobody. But the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob can. And as long as I stand on bended knees and ask God to put a hedge around me, well, then I ain't got to worry about nothing. I sure don't. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, this is the difference between a person who knows God, who loves God, who believes in God, who fears God, than someone who proclaims that they do. Do you understand what I'm saying? God had already told me no weapons that is formed against me shall prosper. And all of these things that the people try to do to me, it will never prosper, peoples. It will always fail. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so that's blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. Oh, what a foretaste of glory divine. You know, and these are the songs that I sing, peoples, because these are the songs that ministers to my soul. It is well with my soul, with my soul. It is well with my soul. I'm surprised I hit that note, peoples. I thought that was going to crack. But see, I didn't crack like Jack. I said I didn't crack like Jack. And it's those songs, peoples, that minister. So when Beyonce sings, I am going to be your protector, well, then all I say is, I once was lost, but now I see. Jesus saves. Jesus saves. I once was lost, but now I see. Jesus saves. Jesus saves. And Jesus saves peoples. He has saved me. He can save you. He can pick you up. He can turn you around. Hallelujah. Jesus saves. Jesus saves peoples. When God speaks, people listen. See, ain't nothing going to happen to him. The Lord says, vengeance is mine, said the Lord. I will do the repaying. You don't have to do nothing. Stand still and just know that I am God. And I will fight your battles. And that's the precious promises of God, peoples. That's the precious promises of the God that I serve. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's why I don't worry about nothing. You know, I don't worry about nothing. I walk through this life and stuff, and all of these people, you got people that hate me, despise me, and all like this. I don't care. God has brought me through all of this time, and he's going to take me on. Take me back, dear Lord, to the place where I first received you. Take me back, dear Lord, where I first believed. And see, it's these songs, peoples, that I sing. I sing because I am happy. I sing because I am free. For his eyes is on the sparrow, and I know he watches me. My God. And so, peoples, it doesn't matter what these deviant, devilish, and demonic people tried to do to this young man. Not a hair on his head will be harmed. I'm telling you, peoples. I'm telling you what I know. So J to the Z can be stupid, and he can put out his goonies to try to intimidate this man. But come a couple of days from now, peoples. Come a couple of days from now, J to the Z's empire is going to come crumbling down. Watch what I say, peoples. Watch what I say.
Federal judge ordered Jay-Z to take a paternity test. Less than 48 hours later, his alleged son's car was sprayed with bullets. This wasn't a coincidence, it was a warning. And the message was crystal clear: stay quiet or else. But this isn't just street drama. This is a legal war, a media cover-up, and a billion-dollar empire trying to shut one man down before the truth ruins everything. In 1992, Jay-Z allegedly hooked up with a 16-year-old girl named Wanda Satterthwaite, who the streets called Precious. They had a quick hookup, protected, but not protected enough. She later said the condom broke, so she got pregnant. And from that point on, her entire life became a battlefield because Jay-Z just vanished. She couldn't reach him. There was no Instagram, no cell phones, no team of stylists tracking his every move. She never saw him again, and she was only 16. When she gave birth, Wanda was literally unconscious in the hospital bed, and that's when her boyfriend at the time, Robert Graves, signed the birth certificate. According to people close to Wanda, Robert knew that child wasn't his, but he signed anyway to collect extra government benefits like food stamps. And here's where the trauma starts to compound. When Rymir was 8 years old, Wanda sat him down and told him the truth. Jay-Z is your father.
I was 7. My mom had to sit down with me. I guess she thought I was old enough to know now, and she been saying Sean Carter, that's what she was calling him at first before she was calling it Jay-Z, and I really didn't know who that was because I was young and, you know, had my little brother, and I really wasn't worrying about it. She was saying it a lot, but I really just was going along with the person I was just seeing, like the person I looked at who was taking care of me at that time. I really wasn't really trying to understand what my mom was talking about, but she constantly put it in my head like, son, that's it's not your father, and I really want you to know it is. This person is your father.
She never changed her story. For years, she begged for Jay-Z to take a paternity test, even offering to handle things privately. He didn't respond, but Wanda didn't quit. She fought through dead ends, denied motions, lawyers who ghosted her, judges who told her she was wasting the court's time. And eventually, when she realized she might not survive the fight, she did something she hoped would outlive her. She signed a sworn affidavit, naming Jay-Z as Rymir's father. In 2019, Wanda passed away from heart failure, and one of the last things she told Rymir was to keep pushing, and that the truth would come out one way or another. And this wasn't a woman who wanted fame or headlines. She wanted her child to know where he came from, but Jay-Z kept silent. Now, Rymir is a grown man, determined to finish what his mother started. In 2014, he filed a civil paternity suit against Jay-Z, this time with the help of his godmother and legal guardian, Lily Coley, who had been by his side since Wanda's health started declining. And that's when things got shady, like very shady. Jay-Z didn't respond to the case like a regular person. Instead, his lawyers allegedly created a legal maze, full of delays, misdirection, and lies, designed to stop one simple thing from happening: a swab in the mouth. Let that sink in. Instead of taking a DNA test, Jay-Z's legal team allegedly decided to break the system. Here's how they allegedly did it. When Rymir and Lily filed the lawsuit, they filed it in New Jersey, because that's where Jay-Z's alleged hookup with Wanda took place, and it's also where he was rumored to own property. The plan was simple: prove that Jay-Z had ties to New Jersey, so the court had the right to demand a test. But Jay-Z's team responded with a legal curveball. They claimed he didn't live in New Jersey, and therefore, the court had no jurisdiction over him. Problem is, there's evidence he did own property in New Jersey. Receipts from property records, tax filings, and even documents from Jay-Z's own business filings suggest he had multiple ties to the state. Yet his team allegedly used an address in New York to dodge the case. That one move got the whole thing tossed, but it didn't stop there. According to Lily, Wanda was forced to sign away her rights while sedated in a hospital during a serious medical episode. She had just been through a coma, and while still recovering, Jay-Z's legal team allegedly showed up with papers for her to sign. She didn't even know what she was agreeing to. That one move gave Jay-Z's lawyers an upper hand, and once again, the case got tossed. And that's not even the worst part. Lily claims that Rymir's own legal team may have secretly been colluding with Jay-Z's side. We're talking about lawyers who allegedly switched sides, introduced procedural errors, and botched filings so badly that it almost looked intentional. So not only was the opposing side playing dirty, their own side might have been helping them do it. The court system didn't care. They threw out the case again. And the deeper Rymir and Lily pushed, the more sealed documents they found. And all of this, for what? To avoid a swab? Because if you're not the dad, why go this far? Let's be real. It's not just about the paternity. It's about what that DNA would expose. Because if Jay-Z is the father, the world finds out he had a child with a 16-year-old girl, which could legally be classified as statutory in several states, depending on when and where it happened. Now
And didn't I just tell you, peoples? It is called statutory RAP. Statutory RAP. And it will deem Jay-Z a petty cure. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? See? You know, and that's why Jay-Z is fighting so hard, because he don't want to be labeled a petty cure. But see, he couldn't keep his shrinky dinky winky out of the stinky. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? You know? He couldn't keep his stinky dinky winky out of the pinky. Well, I said that wrong. He couldn't keep his little dinky winky out of the stinky. There it is. All right. So she was only 1/6, peoples, when he had actual encounters with her. J to the Z, peoples. And in some states, it's called statutory RAP. E, peoples. There you have it. Let me rewind that back so you guys can get a full essence as to what this woman said. Let's go.
colluding with Jay-Z's side. We're talking about lawyers who allegedly switched sides, introduced procedural errors, and botched filings so badly that it almost looked intentional. So not only was the opposing side playing dirty, their own side might have been helping them do it. The court system didn't care. They threw out the case again. And the deeper Rymir and Lily pushed, the more sealed documents they found. And all of this, for what? To avoid a swab? Because if you're not the dad, why go this far? Let's be real. It's not just about the paternity. It's about what that DNA would expose. Because if Jay-Z is the father, the world finds out he had a child with a 16-year-old girl, which could legally be classified as statutory in several states, depending on when and where it happened. Now everyone's asking, was this really just about a paternity test? Or was Jay-Z trying to erase something bigger? Even when Reimer filed motions in the Supreme Court to unseal old records, they were denied. Not because they were wrong, but because the Supreme Court said it lacked jurisdiction to get involved. Every door they knocked on slammed in their face.
We didn't have enough information to keep the case going, so it was a big case to me because, I really wanted to find out who my father was, and for the case not to go how I was planning it, I really thought it was going to go different than what it was, but I really feel like it should have been over with because, I feel like if it was anybody else, I'm not saying this because people got higher standards or people make more money than that, but it's this different because, if it was anybody else that made a low income, I feel like they would have had them in there way faster than people that's wealthy.
But then everything shifted. A federal judge finally stepped in and ruled that Jay-Z must respond to the paternity suit. And here's the key detail people missed. If Jay-Z fails to respond, New Jersey law says he is legally presumed the father. That ruling forced the game to a close. No more ducking, no more ghosting. Jay-Z had two choices: take the test or forever be listed as the dad in the eyes of the law. And right after that ruling, Reimer gets shot at. So let's talk about what happened after that July 18th court order dropped. Just when the courts finally stopped protecting Jay-Z, everything got dangerous. In September 2023, just weeks after the judge's ruling, Reimer says he was shot at in his own driveway. He was with other people. The parking lot was full, but somehow, only his car was hit.
Yeah. Are you scared for your life? It's unfortunate that you were shot at. I'm glad that you were okay from that. Do you think that was a situation where you were targeted? And if so, are you scared for your life?
No, I'm not scared for my life. I mean, it was a scary situation. It was a scary situation, but it's just unfortunate. I'm from North Philadelphia. I'm not saying I got nothing to do with it, but I saw a gunshot. I heard gunshots and just saw crazy shit before. So, but it definitely was a scary situation because I never been through it. I barely come outside and I stay to myself. So it's like,
it was.
Jesus saves, Jesus saves, Jesus saves, Jesus saves. And see, peoples, Jesus saved this young man. He saved them, peoples. Because it's through this young man that the things that is done in Hollywood in this industry is going to take a turn. Do you understand what I'm saying? The things that is done in Hollywood is going to be exposed. Cat Williams has said that all deviant, devilish, and demonic madness is going to be exposed, people. And that is exactly what's happening, people. That's exactly what's happening. So when the people think that they're going to hide behind their money, well, no. And see, people see the Lord had allowed all of this stuff to happen. He tolerated it for all of this time. And so now, it's have to come to a head. Because see, the thing is, God has to do something. He has to. God has to do something because the people prayed about it. And since the people prayed about it, God has to answer their prayers. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? The people prayed about it, and God has to answer the prayers because the Lord has already told you in His Word. So the Lord is answering the prayers of the people. The Lord has already told you that His word will never return unto Him void. So God is doing exactly what He said that He will do. And that's exactly what He's doing right now, people. The Lord is doing that, exactly what He said that He will do. So, I'm not worried about it. I prayed about it, and God still answers prayer. Oh, I prayed about it, and God still answers prayer. What a friend we have in Jesus. All our sins and griefs to bear. What a privilege it is to carry everything to God in prayer. Oh, what peace we often forfeit. Oh, what needless pains we all bear. All because we do not carry everything to God in prayer.
Lily confirmed the entire incident during their interview on the Hip Hop Uncensored podcast, saying it felt like retaliation for going public.
Somewhere in September, he was in the parking lot with other people near where he's at living now. And out of all the cars there, his was the only one shot up. So we believe that was a nexus or a connection, I believe, between the case and what's going on, because it was around the time. In addition to that, we've had people come to my home in the past, driving on the grass. We have people knocking on the door at 4 o'clock in the morning. We've been through all of it, mostly around the filing time. So this is a bigger picture than this. We want to try to make a difference with the Pro Se Act or the Legal Abuse Act, bringing new legislation and trying to sit down at the table with the lawmakers to make a difference.
This wasn't the first time they felt unsafe. Lily says she and Rymir had been stalked, followed, and threatened for years while trying to push this case forward. And the closer they got to forcing Jay-Z into that DNA test, the more intense the intimidation got. Now here's where things get next level messy. According to Lily, they believe Beyonce herself got involved behind the scenes. It's almost like she's the one pulling all the strings.
People were saying that she's a big part of the problem for him, and some of the things that she was doing, a woman would not, she would have some sort of role in what her husband does. And if she was secure with herself and with the situation, not saying you gotta like it, she would help her husband handle it.
They say Beyonce wanted Rymir shut down quietly, not because she was scared he was lying, but because she allegedly feared what the truth would do to their billion-dollar family image. She allegedly wanted the entire case killed before it reached the media. Even when Jay-Z's team briefly suggested signing Rymir to Roc Nation, Lily says Beyonce wasn't having it. That offer disappeared overnight, and let's not forget the music shade. Jay-Z dropped his now infamous bar in Heard About Us, singing Billie Jean in his prime, for the 1,000th time, the kid ain't mine. Online they call me Dad. Kiddingly, you're not supposed to take this dad thing literally. That's too famous. We don't even really do famous. I'm cool on that. Chuck the 2 fingers. Every day I'm getting sued, I show up to court without a suit. Your every move is on the news, ain't it? Ish has its perks too, ain't it? That wasn't about some random rumor. That was a direct shot at Rymir, who at that point had been trying to get a test for over 10 years. So what did Rymir do? He clapped back with a track of his own, throwing lines like, "Ninjas wash up still doing tracks like 55 where the F you at, need to go back to your old days, grown man in his old ways." He said it wasn't about dissing Jay-Z, it was about taking back his voice. Because if Jay was going to dismiss him in a billion-dollar studio session, he had the right to respond in his own way. By this point, Lily said they started documenting everything. Timestamps, damage photos, names, cars, drive-bys. They sat down with Tasha K, they spoke to The Sun, they went to Hip Hop Uncensored. Because if they got erased, at least the story wouldn't. By this point in the story, Rymir wasn't just fighting for DNA results. He was fighting an entire legal system that seemed more interested in protecting Jay-Z's image than delivering any kind of justice. And the deeper you you go into the receipts, the clearer it becomes. This was never a fair fight. Let's start with the fact that 6 judges were involved in this case over the years, and somehow none of them made Jay-Z take a paternity test. And in 2023, Reimer and Lily filed a new lawsuit accusing the New Jersey court system of fraud, obstruction, and civil rights violations. They weren't suing Jay-Z directly this time. They were going after the judges who allegedly conspired to protect him. He said it all in this video.
Everybody makes mistakes, as I said before, but it's time to actually do your job and look at everything and get it correct, because you cannot use fraud to continue anything in this world. You can't use fraud to help you get forward in life. Then try to continue on your fraud or continue using fraud to get forward in life, and of course just let you do that. That's unconstitutional, and I think we should really be looking to fix that problem.
Even worse, when Reimer asked for the records from those early hearings to be unsealed, the Supreme Court refused, not because he was wrong, but because they said they didn't have jurisdiction. And here's the thing. In New Jersey law, if someone refuses a paternity test and there's enough supporting evidence, that person is presumed to be the father, which means that by law, Jay-Z could have already been declared Reimer's dad, but the court just didn't enforce it. And now, this case has cost him 14 years of legal fees, court filings, and emotional stress, all just to get one answer. It's obvious this case was intentionally sabotaged to protect Jay-Z's legacy and avoid public fallout.
It's crazy. It really is crazy. These judges, these lawyers, this fraud, collusion, who knows what it's for, money or friendships or whatever they got going on. But I can honestly say that we should never go in the courtroom feeling like we're already the victims and we did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong but come in here, tell you guys the truth, put our life on the line.
Because let's be honest, if this ever goes to trial, if Jay-Z's name gets dragged into court alongside claims that he fathered a child with a minor in this post-R. Kelly era, it won't be a paternity story anymore. It'll be a PR apocalypse. After nearly 2 decades of silence, sealed files, threats, fake addresses, and missed court dates, the countdown is finally on. Jay-Z has until July 18th to respond to the federal judge's order. If he doesn't, he's legally presumed to be Reimer's father. But that's not the only thing hanging in the air right now. Because behind the scenes, there's another story. One that might explain why Jay-Z has fought so hard to keep this all buried. Word on the street is that Reimer isn't the only secret child. For years, insiders have whispered about a secret daughter, a woman who's older than Reimer, allegedly born from a different early 90s fling. But unlike Reimer, she didn't go public because, allegedly, Jay-Z paid her to stay quiet. And according to this creator, Wendy Williams was one of the first to call him out.
Wendy Williams explained how Jay-Z has a secret baby by Free from 106 in Park. Now we know Wendy Williams always kept us rolling with the tea, and Wendy Williams was the first person to expose that Jay-Z had a secret baby by Free. She explained how she was told that Jay-Z and 50 Cent were in the delivery room when Free had her baby. And we know that there have been rumors for years that Jay-Z had a secret baby by Free, and how she was allegedly paid off to keep quiet, and that's why she disappeared from 106 in Park and we've never heard from her again. And honestly, these rumors of Jay-Z having these secret babies back then were huge. There was like 5 different women back then that were rumored to have children with Jay-Z. And yes, when all of this was going on, he was with Beyonce.
That changes everything, because it proves a pattern. Deny the child, but fund the silence. If Jay-Z was willing to allegedly support a daughter quietly, why not Reimer? Why fight this boy so hard? The answer may come down to 2 things. Wanda was underage, and Reimer spoke up. And now, it might be too late to clean it up. Reimer isn't after money. He said it again and again.
I'm just really coming out here for the truth. I don't want no money or anything. I wasn't looking for none of that. I just want to know the truth. And if I can't go to the courts and get the truth, like, what is it really? Why are you? What is it? I just really want it over. It's something that's really affecting my life.
But Lily's lawsuit is going further. They're not just asking for a DNA test anymore. They're demanding punitive damages, full unsealing of court records, an official jury trial, and a criminal investigation into court collusion. This is no longer a civil nuisance. This could trigger more lawsuits, more exposure, and more secret children coming forward. And if Beyonce really did play a part in keeping it quiet, that's not just a messy situation, that's a brand crisis, one that affects everything. And let's be honest, the Carters are media-trained pros. They've handled scandals before. But this is the one they've never been able to kill, because it's not rumors anymore. For now, Reimer is left in limbo. He wants to keep fighting, even if it takes the rest of his life.
You don't have to prove me wrong. I just want the truth. Honestly, I can take it. No, I can take, if I'm embarrassed at the end of the day, I can take that. I really can. I've been through a lot, I've seen a lot. I could take me being embarrassed. Like, this can't take nobody not saying nothing.
Now he's got two choices. Take the test or let that court paper call him dad forever. And if you think Rymir was the only one, wait until you hear about the daughter Jay-Z's team allegedly bought a house for in Connecticut. That girl never filed a lawsuit, and she's never had to work a day in her life since. You've seen the war. Now meet the one who stayed silent for a price.
And so, peoples, there you have it. J to the Z. J to the Z, peoples. And all of the continents, the alphabetical letters in between. J to the Z. But see, they didn't sing ABC. You know, they skipped that. They skipped ABC, you know, ABC. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. It's easy as ABC. 1, 2, 3. Now you gotta take a DNS test for me. Yes, indeed, people. He has to take the DNA test because they won't let him rest. And the boy is not being a pest. So, you know, that's what it is, people. Yeah, J to the Z. J to the Z, peoples. J to the Z, peoples. So that's what it is, people. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and let's take a look at this other one, peoples, here. Oh, not this one. I've already played this. Not this one. People already played this. Let me go and see about the other file that I had. I thought that I downloaded it, but let me see. I think I downloaded it. Oh yeah, I downloaded it. I just didn't put it in a proper file. So there it is right there. So let's go ahead and add that to my download files and stuff, peoples. There it is right there. We're going to call that up and let's take a look at that one, peoples.
Social network built for you, not for profit. Imogen Network puts control back in your hands, combining AI-driven personalization with blockchain-backed ownership. Your data, your content, your rules. Create stunning content, build genuine connections, and monetize your work, all in a decentralized, transparent platform where privacy is prioritized. Ready to experience social networking reimagined? Join Imogen.network today and take control of your digital world. Imogen Network, empowering connections, redefining ownership.
Click the link at the top line of the description box below.
Good.
All right, cool.
All right, so I don't know if you remember you sent me this thing about Jay-Z and his alleged son a week ago. Well, we couldn't confirm it. We could not confirm the information, but we got some confirmation today. I know you've been busy, you probably didn't see this today, but Jay-Z is now answering the lawsuit of Ramir Stradaway. Now we had him on here along with his godmother, I believe it was, and like I said when I was talking, we probably had the most extensive deep dive interview that I've seen with the man and his godmom. It was deep. We asked him every question possible, you know, but so he went ahead and he's now filing paperwork. In May, he filed paperwork now to try to force Jay-Z to take this fraternity test because his mother told him that she had an affair, or not affair, but had sexual relationships with Jay-Z. And you know, so this has been a lifelong mission. Now, before I get to what's going on today, how'd you feel about Ramir? Did you kind of feel like, and I told the people I felt like he was kind of genuine about it. I never felt like he was, you know, out for the fame or clout. How'd you feel about genuinely after the interview?
Yeah, now before the interview, I had my reservations. Now, granted, we did these interviews years ago. I think we did one, and then we did another one right around COVID or sometime. But at first, I had my reservations. But after speaking to the brother and kind of hearing where his head was at and kind of looking him in his eyes and kind of feeling his energy, it seemed like all he wanted was to know the truth. You know what I mean? He was going off of information that his mother had told him for years on years. And he just wanted to get answers to a question that I'm sure we all want to know. You know what I mean? If we had questions of who our parents are, we'd want to know those answers. And it seemed like after those conversations that it was genuine. He wasn't out here saying that Jay-Z's my dad and he's ducking me. He's not out here saying that I need this or I need that. He was like, my mother told me Sean Carter has always been my father, and I just want to know the truth. And that's what I gather from it.
Right. So I want to get to what happened. So Jay-Z apparently responded, right? Now he's pretty much calling this an harassment campaign and that he had already addressed it and rejected, his narrative. He's pretty much saying that he's being harassed. Now I want to read this as well. He said, Jay-Z also told the court that he learned about the latest filing on June the 3rd and requested additional time to formally respond. Now his legal team claims that they tried to contact Ramir's guardian to coordinate with them, and it was met with hostility, and that the person ended with hanging up the phone on him. Now, this is the part I want to get because I read it, and I want to get your opinion first. Like, Stradaway's lawsuit outlines that his late mother, Wanda, had a relationship with Jay-Z in the 1990s. He says the rapper has gone to great lengths to avoid acknowledging his alleged fraternity, including refusing the DNA testing and pressuring the courts. Now, in addition, he's also saying, remember when we had him on the show, he was saying that he was shot at or whatever the case may be. He was trying to blame that on Jay-Z. Now, he claims, Ramir, that these years-long legal battle has caused him emotional distress, public embarrassment, and even health complications. Now, he's also saying, this is what he wants. He doesn't want back child support, but he wants damages for the toll the situation has taken on his life. I remember, before you answer, I remember him saying he wasn't out for money. He wasn't out for fame or anything like that. He just wanted to know.
Mm-hmm.
So he's pretty much saying now, like, no, I don't want no back child support. However, I want damages for the toll the situation has taken on my life. What's your thoughts? I couldn't, but I gotta defer to you. I wonder what you got to say.
My honest opinion is, man, first off, if Jay-Z had any type of relationship with his mother, and he's never really came out, we see pictures and we see little things. We don't know if any of that's legitimate. If he had a relationship with his mother, and there is an ounce of a chance that he could be this man's father, if he only he know that, then he needs to go ahead and do the right thing and take the paternity test and take it from there. And the only reason I start with that is because if he is this man's father, then yeah, he deserves some type of compensation for emotional distress and everything that he highlighted, because you can understand how this would be a very stressful situation. And Jay-Z could have ended this shit a long time ago by putting in the paternity suit. We've been hearing about this for a long time, or taking the test, confirming whether or not, and then moving on. If he's not this man's father, if he's not Ramir's father, and with all due respect to Ramir and his people, because we know him, we talk to him way more than we've ever spoke to Jay-Z. We got a lot more love for them, way more than Jay-Z. But that being said, if he's not Ramir's father, Jay-Z don't owe that man shit. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And only Jay-Z know that. And maybe some other people. But right now, because Ramir's mother's no longer with us, only Jay-Z know that, whether or not he messed with that woman or not. So if he is to be Ramir's father, then I do believe he owes him for what he's being, for what Ramir's looking for. If he ain't, I don't think he owes him shit.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying I had the same exact thought pattern. But remember the contention was, and it hasn't been proven, allegedly Wanda, who was Ramir's mother, was under the age of, they don't know what age. I think it was thrown around either 15 or 16, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
That will probably be the problem, if there was a problem, with him taking the test, and it opens up a whole nother can of worms. If he is the father and they go back and they find the date, which is 31 years, you're good at it. It was 31 years ago. He's 31 years old. So when was that? Shit, when I'm that's like 95?
Yeah,
95.
Yep.
Right. So yeah. That's I don't know. So yeah, that's one. Remember, that was one of the issues.
Mm-hmm.
And people, why would he take it? But nevertheless, he still got it. I mean, I feel like he should have to do it. But Jay-Z said, F that, man. This is harassment. This is bullshit. I addressed this. I'm not taking a test.
Well, it also depends on what information and what paperwork Jay-Z has to prove that he because I was reading it with some contempt of court things that he's accusing Ramirez of, like this was handled in numerous situations and this shouldn't be even brought up no more. Yet here Ramirez is continuing to bring it up in his representation. And we know who his representation is too. We also spoke to her as well.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that's the one they're talking about in this in the article. But if Ramirez is contempting of some type of court, then okay, I understand it. But to me personally, I feel like this could be settled quite easily. I feel like Jay-Z makes himself look a lot worse by continuing to drag this along. Now, again, granted, I ain't putting my DNA on this no random mother effer. Who just is accusing me. I ain't doing that. But if you know in your heart of hearts that there's a chance, then I think you deal with that and deal with the other stuff later, because you look worse by continuing to drag this on. We've been talking about this for years, and now and how social media works. Now I'm starting to see rumblings. Oh, he has a daughter. Oh, he has this. I'm starting to hear about, oh, she was only 15, 16. Even if she was 15, 16, as bad as that would be, it looks a lot worse by you just doing nothing. But I'm curious to see what those filings and what kind of information Jay-Z has to kind of prove his point on. I ain't got to take nothing because this dude knows this isn't my kid to begin with. We don't know that because Jay-Z's so tightly wound with the information he gives. I'm even surprised we got this, to be honest with you.
And that's what I was saying. I was like, damn, like that makes a lot of sense, because that's like somebody coming at you, you know, you ain't dealt with.
Right.
You're a billionaire. Like, I know. Like, what are you talking about? I'm not taking no test.
Right.
I'm not. Even though us, the public, we feel like, oh yeah, you know, you should take it just to get it over with. I don't know. I you know, the judge is going to rule on this, and we shall see. But you know, a thing kind of slipped to my mind. I'm like you said, if it is his father, we got to start there first. We got to do the fraternity first before we can go forward with the lawsuit.
Right. Right.
If it is his father, then okay, everything's on the table. But if it's not, that shit's off the table. Everything. So I was like, you know, I don't know. We got to wait and see what happens with this thing. You can't go by looks, because there's somebody in the world look just like you, and look just like me, and they ain't related to us.
Right.
You know what I mean? So we definitely can't go off looks. But you know, I didn't want to like think that. All right, I didn't want to see this turn into a money grab. I'm not saying that it is,
because we like Ramirez.
Yeah, we love him, and he said he wasn't out for you know any money. He just wanted to know. So when I kind of seen it that he wanted money for damages, whatever the case may be, which people are entitled to, you know, if they go through emotional distress. But how do you prove that it was Jay-Z who shot at you? I'll try to get you. You can't prove that. Like you saying, oh, you know, he did this, and you know, and all the other stuff you going through, whatever. So that's the part that's like, And
don't Ramirez live in Philly?
He live in Philly, right?
Shit.
Right.
Bullets
Right.
fly every day out there, B. Like
Word.
Somebody was saying this, and I never thought about it, but it makes a lot of sense. Now, these ancestry things and stuff, they're not 100%, and they can't prove, you know what I mean, paternity and things like that. But if he were to take an ancestry, they would start linking him back to some kin as far as Jay-Z is concerned. It may link him back to an aunt or uncle or somebody within his bloodline that will kind of start answering some questions. I'm curious to know why, or I'm curious to know if he in fact took an ancestry or anything like that to kind of backtrack his father's bloodline to see if he can get some answers. Somebody said that, and I was like, that's a good goddamn
Wait,
point.
remember, you probably don't remember the interview. I think we asked that question in the interview.
Probably did.
I don't think they wanted to. They didn't disclose the conclusion that they came to. If I can remember, it was been a minute since we did the interview.
Yeah,
but I don't think they wanted to disclose exactly, you know, what happened with that. So, yeah. And then I was showing everybody from Dr. Coley what she had wrote, and I remember I shared that with you the other day.
Yeah.
I'm gonna read that real quick, and then that'll be the last thing she was pretty much saying that she can't really disclose information right now because I got it right here. Hold on. So I said, good morning. This is Hip Hop News Uncensored. Is there any truth to the Ramirez and Jay-Z going to court? I'm seeing reports online. Wanted to confirm with you, Hope Ball as well. She put, hello. We can't discuss anything here, but the Mann Act may be at work. Thanks. What's your thoughts to that?
That they moving. Things are moving, but this is my concern. You don't want to be in a legal battle with a billionaire. Like now we talking money and long money. And if Jay-Z's putting in motions to delay, he will bleed you out. and eventually there'll be no fight to have. This is how this shit works. So I hope that they can come to some type of conclusion for the sake of Ramir's side, that they can try to get some type of answer or some kind of something rectified to where he can either one get the test or not, whatever the case may be. Because the longer this drags out in court, the better it is for Jay-Z and the worse it is for Ramir. Because it's not even a fair fight as far as money is concerned and resources. So we'll see, man. We'll see. I know a lot of people have sued a lot more. We see a lot of high-priced celebrities being sued by people that were out of the woodworks, Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, and very like that. But these people that were suing them also had a very strong representation behind them. No one's jumping on this and saying, I'm going to take this from. We don't see a quote unquote Tony Busby, for example, saying, I'm going to take this case and we're going to take it to the next level, like we've seen them other ones. So if this is just Ramir and his people against Jay-Z and his whole team, Jay-Z going to win that, right or wrong. It's just how it works.
Yeah, that very, very good assessment, man. I agree with the same thing. So we shall see, you know, when this unfolds, when the judge makes his ruling. If I had to go with a side, I think the judge is going to deny this. I don't think the judge is going to move forward with it, you know, but we'll see.
Let me ask you this, because we don't know. It's a straight opinion. Your gut feeling. Is Ramir Jay-Z's son?
That's the craziest thing ever. I was going to ask you that shit. I was like, nah, I ain't gonna do it. I was just thinking.
30 plus years in this shit.
Oh, yeah. That's it. No. Gut feeling is no. That's just, again, I don't have no information. I'm not a hater. I don't feel like he's his son.
I think the same thing, bro. We ain't discussed this. We haven't talked about it. My gut feeling is I don't think that's his kid. At the end of the day, though, I do firmly believe Ramir deserves to know. He deserves to know. And the conversation that we had, like I said, he never banged the table and said, that's my dad, he's doing me wrong. He said, if. My mother said that could be. If. It's always just been a question. And I think he deserves to have that question answered. But if you ask me, my gut feeling is he ain't.
Another question. How you think the judge is going to rule?
Whoever lawyer Ramir's walking in there with, I think I'm ruling Jay-Z's side.
Yeah,
I just do. I do. His team will have to provide evidence that there's, without shadow of a doubt, a chance that Jay-Z could be that man's father. And what type of evidence could he prove? Does he have pictures with him and his mom? Does he have letters? Does he have? I mean, we weren't in a text messaging phase, so there's no type of documentation from phone records or anything like that. What does he have that could prove that there's a chance that this could be his father? I think he would have to provide some hell of a lot of evidence, some real strong evidence for a judge to look at this and go, yeah, let's make that happen. Because like I said, Jay-Z gonna walk in there with a powerful fucking attorney, a powerful team. You know what I mean? And that judge is probably real cool with them. This is how this shit works. So, man, I hope it was a different way, man. But I think Jay-Z, I don't think the judge is gonna side with Ramir on this.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it. And you know, last thing, I just feel like, you know, from interviewing them, I feel like they were genuine, both of them, especially Ramir.
Yep.
Like I felt like he genuinely wanted to know who his father was, and his mother told him a story, and he's going off the words of his mother. Mm-hmm. But you got to give some type of proof, like where'd you meet Jay-Z? Where this happened? So we don't know that yet. We didn't really dig into the court file. So I hope, you know, in closing, that he does find his father. You know, but I don't think it's Jay-Z. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
I agree. 100%.
Yeah, but yeah, man, definitely appreciate you coming on this little segment, man. Appreciate all the people watching. It's a busy weekend, but we'll be back at you guys next week. That's your brother Sam, man. Viral hip hop news on your brother Oh God Hip Hop News Uncensored. Together with the Hip Hop Uncensored podcast. Over and out. Leave them comments.
Peace.
And so people, you know, that's their opinion. And they're siding with Jay-Z that he's not the father. But again, that's their opinion. And everybody's entitled to their opinion. But I don't think that they read the case files, because the judge had literally said Jay-Z has to provide DNA. And if he doesn't provide DNA, it doesn't matter how he feels, it doesn't matter what he say, it doesn't matter what he think. According to the files, he is going to be deemed the father. So, again, these gentlemen's opinions is null and void. So you can be opinionated and you can be in your feelings as much as you want to, but at the end of the day, Jay-Z is going to have to provide a DNA sample. Now, people, the thing is simply this. If he is not Jay-Z's son, well, then let me ask you a question. Why go through all of this rigmarole and trying to silence this boy? Why his car gets shot up and stuff after, trying to get some answers and stuff. This never happened before, and it only happens when he was pressing the issue with Jay-Z. So you help me to make that make sense. Do you see what I'm saying? So, I mean, if Jay-Z wasn't the father, well, then why take it to the level to where he's taking it? Doesn't make no sense. So obviously it has to be some validity to it, regardless of what the people's opinions may be. But you decide, peoples. I said you decide, peoples. I see my peoples come in, my moderator. Hello, Mariah Lavender. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mariah Lavender says, hey, Mr. Edward and everyone. Well, Mariah, we had missed you for quite some time. We have a new we have a new group. We have a new group that I want you to go ahead and come on and subscribe to, because this is the way that I can keep in contact with all of my moderators and stuff. So we all be on one accord. And so whatever content that you may have or whatever things that you may want to share with everybody, then you can do it in the group. And then this way we all can be on one accord and have a greater understanding as to what we're going to do moving forward. And so I'm gonna send a link in the on the live. I want you to take down that link and then come join the group. And this group is only for my moderators. It's only for all of us moderators, because I need for everybody to come together and to get together and things, so we can continue to keep enhancing the lives that I'm doing and stuff. And so this is the link. So write down the link and then come and join the group. And so nobody else go and write that link down. It is not for everybody. Even if you try to come and join, you won't be able to get in. This is just for all of my moderators and not for the public. So this is a private group that only for my moderators only, so I can be able to have a conversation with everyone. And everyone get to be able to conversate with each other, and we all stay connected and we all be on one accord. All right, people. So this is another live that I'm going to play, and this is going to be my final live I'm going to play for tonight. And I hope all of you have really enjoyed this live on tonight. I want you guys to come on in, and I want you guys to check out the live that I did on last night. It is getting rave reviews, and it is something that everybody, continue to keep wanting to talk about, which is really good. I greatly appreciate all of that and stuff, because man, you guys have really came in on the other day, and you guys have literally showed out, but you guys have literally showed out on last night. You guys have literally showed out on last night, and I love that because it lets me know, you guys are still rocking with us and you guys still love the content. So let me share my screen real quick, people. So I want to show you what live I am talking about so everybody can be on one accord and everybody can come and still like, subscribe, and share this channel. Like, subscribe, and share to all of the people this content and things. And so this is the live that I had did on last night, people. It says, Kanika, who are you really? Kanika, who are you really? So y'all come and y'all check out that live. It's only 5 hours and 13 minutes, but it's very impactful, peoples. It's very impactful. So y'all come on and watch that live and bring you up to speed to a lot of things and stuff. And so these are the lives that I did within the past week or so. And so this one, whenever I talk about Kanika, I mean the lives instantly go up. So we've got 122 views. And then on Did You Do It? We got 53 views. And then What Is the Beef, Ray J? We got 52 views. And then Diddy Done? We got 83 views. So it's obvious and evident that you guys love to talk about Kanika. You want to hear Kanika and things. But I will be back up on Kanika. But, I just don't want to make Kanika my focal point now. I want to go ahead and look at other content. But I'm greatly appreciative of all of the time and effort and things that you guys have really, come in and shown. And so after this live, people, I'm going to come back and I'm going to recap. I'm going to come back and I'm going to recap. I'm going to recap on this particular live that I did here. And so it will be a 3-part series because this is 10 hours and 33 minutes. And so we're going to come back and we're going to take a look at custom design Fed Up. Going to take a look at custom design Fed Up. This was a 10-hour and 33-minute live, but I'm only going to play at least a couple of hours on tonight. And then subsequently throughout the week, I'm going to play a couple of hours until we complete the live and things. And so, I just wanted to come back and recap upon a live that I have already done, just so the people can get a greater understanding as to what these fellas were saying. Is that all right, people? So we're going to recap right after this live with Fed Up. That's the name of the live. Fed Up. All right, peoples, let me go ahead. Let me share my screen. We're going to watch the last live, and then we're going to check out, and then I will be back with Fed Up. Let's go.
What's up, everybody? I am Doggy Diamonds. This is Doggy Diamonds TV. This is part of today's rundown, courtesy of Yahoo Entertainment and The Blast. And it reads, Jay-Z breaks silence on alleged secret love child's lawsuit. He finally speaks. Jay-Z is maintaining his initial tone on his alleged love child's true identity. The record exec have now disapproved claims made by Ramir as just another stunt in his series of harassment against him for years now. Jay-Z's alleged love child first publicly claimed paternity ties with the rapper in 2015, with legal documents accusing him of evading a paternity test and bullying due to his celebrity status. The rapper slammed Ramir's latest lawsuit, describing it as another fabricated story from a collection of decades-long harassment targeted at him. Jay-Z shared that he had just learned of the lawsuit last month, and his attorney had requested time to prepare a proper official response to Ramir's allegations. So we knew about it and you ain't know about it? Looking kind of shaky. The 31-year-old had accused Jay-Z of exploiting the legal systems in multiple jurisdictions to suppress Ramirez's paternity claim and prevent legal accountability. He noted that the process of getting Jay-Z to submit himself for a paternity test and the loopholes he had experienced had left him with emotional and psychological distress. Ramirez added that he developed several mental and physical health issues due to the stress of the case. The embarrassment and anxiety also came in significant measures. Jay-Z, in his new response, described Ramirez's claims as fabricated allegations and recycled false claims that had been rejected and addressed by different courts in the past. Ramirez's continued harassment of Jay-Z in disregard of those orders have already resulted in a contempt order. The response concluded according to Radar Online. Ramirez had previously explained that his legal battle with Jay-Z is about pushing the court system to prioritize justice and not practice favoritism. He detailed his family struggle to get to the bottom of the paternity suit, saying, "Me, my godmother, my mother, and my entire family have been fighting really, really hard against very, very strong opposition." Ramirez's mother, Wanda Satterthwaite, also left a video recording of her version of events before she passed away in 2016. Rest in peace. In the clip, she declared her support for her son to ascertain his connection to the rapper through a paternity test. The accuser's godmother gave a new angle to the story, sharing that the rapper was hesitant to clear his name and do the rest because Wanda was a minor when they did the thing. Dr. Lily Cooley added that Jay-Z's refusal to resolve matters privately led them to seek his attention through a larger platform. He could have done something behind the scenes and came up with a good solution, and this would be over. This would be over with. You don't need the courts, Lily noted. The entrepreneur battled. This is when they get into the other thing. I don't want to talk about that with the Tony Busby thing. I don't want to talk about that. Yeah, this is another case. So, all right, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I can't say it's his kid. I can't say it's not. I have went on the past before and said the kid trying to like pose like him and do things like him was a little wacky. But you saying you just heard of this lawsuit, you capping. Now, if it was previous lawsuits that was filed and dismissed, maybe I don't know. I don't really know nothing about that. But just saying you just heard about it last month, we on the internet heard about it and you ain't heard about it? Come on, man. You gotta do better than that. Man, listen, man. Hold on. Stop the music. Yo, man, just take the paternity test and send little homie on his way. If you ain't his father, that's what it is. Just try to get, if he going through lawyers, hold on, put the music back on. If he going through lawyers, then make him pay the court fees and all that stuff for wasting your time. But just get this over with, man. This has been lingering on for 10 years. I'm tired of seeing this kid face of him trying to pose like you. And you don't make it look no better when you say you just heard of the lawsuit. You know what I'm saying? And then they're saying that maybe you don't want to admit to it because Mom Duke, R.I.P., wasn't of age. It's starting to look a little shaky ground around here. So I was on your side. I thought dude was capping with the poses and all that. But the fact that that was your response, you just heard of the lawsuit? Stop. Just take the paternity test, man, and just get this over with. Just send little homie on his way, man. Just if you ain't the father, because you don't owe us nothing, but this is just getting out of hand. And your response don't make it no better. That's the only thing I'm saying. Your response, it don't make it no better. Just saying he's harassing you and all that. All right, take the test. Take the test. That's how we get all of this over with. Then he just has to go away. We'll never hear from him again. Take the test. Get it over with. through it, you know what I'm saying? Little homie, little young dude just trying to find his way. He could be capped. I don't know. I think he might be capped. But just take the test, saying you just heard of the lawsuit. And this is all because a judge didn't dismiss the situation and said the kid could keep going through with trying to get his paternity. So, I just want it over, man. I just want it over, man.
I just want this shit to...
I ain't mean to curse.
I just want this to be over with.
Anyway, man, I'm Doggy Diamond, just having fun. Rest in peace to the dude mother, though. That's a serious thing, and maybe he just want closure, man. Just give him the closure. If you ain't his father, just send him on his way, man. Jay-Z already got 3 kids, of course, Blue, Rumi, and Sir. Beyonce can't get mad, man. It was before her time, Set the little dude out. If you his father, give him a couple of dollars, send him on his way. That is what it is. But let me know what y'all think about this. I'm Doggy Diamonds. This is Doggy Diamonds TV. Make sure you leave a comment. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe. Until next time, I'm out. And make sure you watch these related videos in the first pinned comment on this channel. Make sure you watch all that. Stay on my channel for a little while. Just dig through some stuff. Matter of fact, I'm going to put something as the first pinned comment that you ain't seen in a long time, or you might have never saw it. Peace.
All right, people, that's it. That's all that I have. I'll be back with Fed Up. But that's all I have for Jay-Z for tonight. We'll come later on this week with some more content for you and stuff, peoples. And so I greatly appreciate you. Each and every one of you that tuned in today. You guys be blessed. You guys get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I'll see you soon. But I'll be back with Fed Up. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon tonight. Tune in momentarily with Fed Up. And Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live. Edward Joseph Kitchen. Edward Joseph Gospel Hour. Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I will be back momentarily with Fed Up. You guys be blessed, get your rest, and if the Lord says the same, I will see you soon. Until then, peoples, God bless you all. Thank you for watching.